Stars, Craig Lowndes, 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner, he's here, and a few other well-known local drivers, and the cars as well. We've got MotoGP riders, former MotoGP riders, Christian Newland, Daryl Beattie, Kevin McGee, they are all here as well. We've even got Alistair McRae from the rallying history. He's here this weekend, not in a rally car, but on a motorbike of all things. So that's going to be really interesting to see him out there on his bike. But there is plenty to talk about. Not only the stars, but the star cars as well. We've got, let's say, Bathurst winners, Formula One cars that won here. We've got the 1990 Nelson Piquet car that won here on that sunny day. And then as well, we've got 1993 Schumacher Benetton that raced here, and all things in between. And you might be able to hear the breaths of Nick Lenthal, who has joined myself, Dan McCarthy, in the commentary box. Great to have you alongside me, Nick. What an amazing event this is this year.
Thanks, Dan. Welcome everyone in Adelaide, and in fact all around Australia and around the world, to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Very pleased to be a part of it, and we'll be bringing you some great entertainment over the duration of this event. We're just watching the Heritage Touring cars finishing off, and Josh Axford in the 1600 BDA Escort just going around.
While there's a little break in proceedings, Repco have joined us at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this year, and here's a little summary of the motorsport that they're involved in this country.
Well, Repco, Dan, actually...
So Repco not only sponsoring this event, Nick, the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, but sponsoring the Supercars Championship, the Bathurst 1000, and of course this year the Bathurst 12 Hour, which is a real show. It certainly was a brilliant race this year, won by Porsche in the end, and there's a Porsche at the front of this field. Look at that, a Leighton House 962. Such an iconic car globally, the 962 dominating Le Mans for many years, and it's great to have that car here. We've got not only that, but we've got the 767B Mazda, you can see a bit further behind, and then 3 NASCARs, not 1, not 2, but 3 of them out there. There's a Porsche 956. We'll go through them as they head out onto the racetrack. So this is the first session on the Repco Adelaide Motorsports Festival live stream. If you're just tuning in, Formula Ones, but prototypes, NASCARs, as we say, old sports cars as well. Got the Brabham BT62. It's a real nice eclectic mix, isn't it, Nick?
It sure is. A very diverse mix of cars. With the Kramer Porsche heading the field up there, alongside a Chevy C10. So you can't get a more varied mix of cars than that. But yeah, the Kramer Porsche was one of those cars that took Porsche on a journey of 6 consecutive Le Mans victories from 1981 to 1987. Leighton House, Japanese real estate company that backed the constructors, and 600 horsepower, 3-litre twin-turbo 6. And this weekend, Dan, it's all about the sound, and that car sounds magnificent.
That's the slogan of this event. It's the sound, it certainly is. As we hear all sorts of noises roar out of the final corner. Look at the crowds. They're in force this weekend. We broke the record of crowd attendance last year when Bottas came to play in the Bathurst 1000 winning Commodore, but it's gone to another level again this year. So if you are watching in and around Adelaide and you're thinking of getting here tomorrow, I advise you to buy your tickets as soon as possible, because they could even sell out. So make sure you get online on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival website to find out where to buy your tickets. As we look at that Leighton House, you're a bit tentative on the throttle there, you could hear it just braking traction as it accelerated out of what normally would be the final corner of the big lock-up from the Ute.
One of our Repco fleet, the C10, just demonstrating what a lock-up looks like for us. That was a pretty good one.
You'd have probably heard that on the live stream. It's just out of shot, but it was at the same corner. You'd have heard some scorched tyres down into the hairpin. He's kept it on the road and continued on his merry way, but certainly a second-hand set of tyres now on that right front. He'd be feeling that down the straight, that's for sure.
Might be like it's got square wheels now. And look, cutting through the sound of all those cars together, the Mazda 767. To our right, we have a group of rotary enthusiasts. There must be about 100 Mazda rotaries alongside us, brought by their owners today. And of course, they've come to not only see this car, but to hear it at 9,000 revs. A beautiful sounding car, quad rotor, a peripheral port, screamer, and the car that spawned the 787, which won Le Mans. So fantastic. And again, one of the very, very varied field of cars that we have in the invitation. And Dan, I think you were talking about that number 33 car. Yesterday you spent some time with the owner of that Castrol sports car. And as I did with the owners of the Norax. The Norax being the car that was
for what was to come with the rotary powertrain that went on to win one in the hands of Johnny Herbert, and we've both discussed it already today before the live stream started. It's one of the most iconic race cars. We'll let you listen to it a little bit later on when it's back on the camera. At the moment, though, we're looking at the Brabham BT62. That's actually David Brabham at the wheel of it, the man behind it, the son of the late great Sir Jack Brabham, 3 times Formula One world champion. Here is the Mazda. Just sounds absolutely glorious as it goes through the centre chicane and onto Wakefield Street. Brilliant drone footage. That's pretty cool, isn't it, Nick? on top of Wakefield Street.
It is. It is. It's. I mean, our commentary box is in a pretty good position, but the drone sure does help. That Brabham BT62 that you touched on, and there it is on your screen. Fantastic story, that car. That car was built in secret, just near the Edinburgh Air Base in Adelaide, in a plant that used to be the ZF transmission plant. And how they kept it secret, I got no. Because it's surrounded by factories and people in machining and manufacture. So they kept it a secret, put it on a boat, took it to England and revealed it in England, and no one knew about it. So it's an amazing story. I don't think they built the number that they intended to, they intended in the beginning, but it was built as a dedicated track car, something that you could buy if you weren't a Formula One hero, but you thought you were pretty handy at the wheel. You could buy one of these and see what it was like to drive a really quick car.
A couple of years ago, David was going around the nation, went to Bathurst, Phillip Island, and a few other tracks with the sole intention of breaking the lap record. And did so at several locations, so that's pretty cool that car is here. Of course, the only car in which a Formula Lenthal said it's the 10th year, but it's growing year on year.
Well, it started out then 2010 as took the format of a hill climb, which was about 10 minutes from the city. You can do that kind of thing in Adelaide, go and find the best one. And then a sprint the following day, but it very quickly evolved into a weekend here at the motorsport circuit that was part of the Adelaide Grand Prix, or at least this part is the dedicated part of the circuit. So it leaves the circuit and joins on one of the city streets, Wakefield Street, and then returns to this dedicated section of the circuit. After 4 years, we had 50,000 people here, and it's just blossomed from there on. It's grown year by year to much bigger audiences, and it's different to a motorsport meeting because there is no winner. It's not that competitive. It's more social, and it's highly engaging. You can get up close to the drivers in the cars. They'll be only too happy to show you inside the car or the engine bay. And during the weekend, we'll be doing some crosses to some of our other team.
Yes.
And they'll be doing some. Have been biting the microphone cable, Jack. So we'll just we'll back you up for a while here. We're just talking about the second, and you can see from the drone footage there the city of Adelaide. It's a square mile that it was based on when it was built in the late 1800s. the vision of Colonel William Light, who mapped the city out as a grid, so it's an incredibly easy city to get around. The centre of business is in the city if you want to talk about banks and government and so on, but if you want to deal with most of the commerce, they decided to build around the city on the boundaries, the east, west, north, south boundaries of the city, and so very, very easy to do business around Adelaide, and you don't have to head into the thick of it and get caught up in parking and all that kind of stuff. So we do business very easily down here, and we do get to have an event like this, which is literally walking distance from the city centre. Now, very, very hard to do this in bigger cities because you can't really have a facility like this right in the middle. We're in a parklands area here, so if it wasn't noisy like it is today, this would be loaded with people walking their puppies and riding their push bikes and entertaining their kids. And so it is a very, very different event. We've got this spettacolo now coming out, which means a real fabulous display. It's bellissimo, it's fantastico, it's spettacolo. And we have got in this a collection of the most fantastic machinery you're ever going to see. And of course the star car, Dan, Ferrari 250 LM, one of 30, a car that was raced by Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini back in the day. Was also owned by a guy named Bob Grossman, who was a world-renowned cartoonist and editor and writer, and a very keen sports car racer. And he had the car for some time, raced it in the United States. It's had a number of owners, but it's also had a couple of restorations in its time, and it's now domiciled in Australia. And we're so very fortunate to have the car here for this weekend. I've had a good look at it. It's absolutely pristine. I didn't bring my checkbook, so I didn't ask what the price was because I had an inkling it might have been out of my league, but
I think so. I think all of these on the racetrack are, I'm afraid, Nick. Even some of the older machines a little bit further down the back. I mean, an F40 in this field is one of the cheaper ones, quite remarkably.
I never thought we would hear that phrase.
No. So, to explain what this is, for those around the track hearing us, you saw the Ferrari category earlier. This is Ferrari Spettacolo. This is for the almost race spec vehicles, the really ultra rare, ultra fast versions of the road cars. So that's what's out there at the moment. A La Ferrari, for example, very much I think it was the first hybrid Ferrari made, and boy oh boy does that go. 900 horsepower. We've got Ferrari Enzos as well, and all sorts in this category. You mentioned the 1964 50 LM, but yeah, there's so much sink your teeth into in this particular category now.
Okay, now let's talk about quick cars, Ferrari 250 LM. And incidentally, there are a couple of these raced in Australia by David Mackay and Spencer Martin back in that era. But so 1964. Now, you could have walked 5 minutes from where we are now to Centennial Hall to see the Beatles play, and they were playing a couple of shows a night in 1964 when they came to Adelaide. I think it was the biggest welcome they'd had anywhere in the world. There were people lined the streets from the airport to the city. and Paul McCartney, when he visited this year, actually cited that as one of his fondest memories of being a Beetle. But in 1964, this car raced with John Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini at the wheel in the 12-hour race at Reims. And
litre engine, only 500 were ever built, and they were sold to select. Customers. So you or I, if we weren't a special select customer, would, even if we had the money, not be able to have one. One of my favourite cars, the LaFerrari, a really nice looking machine. As we see, the 599, sorry, that's the 812 Special coming into the final turn and roaring away down the pit straight there. So this particular machine only made last year. Fraser behind the wheel. You may know Fraser Ross for his exploits in GT racing around Australia. So well-known racer. Raced at the Bathurst 12 on a number of occasions, and even Asian Le Mans series as well. 599 just behind the FXX. So Lowndes at the wheel of the FXX, but up the inside comes Darren Van Dien.
That Enzo personally signed off.
And he loved that car. He absolutely loved that car.
3-litre twin turbo, 500 horses on tap, and at that point it was the fastest and the most expensive car that Ferrari had built. They planned 400 units, but I think in the end they actually built more. They built a lot more.
It was in that 200 mile an hour race, wasn't it? The first car to get to 200 miles an hour. It was heavily involved in that, and they were really, each manufacturer's trying to get there first, and then finally one manufacturer did come out with 200 miles an hour, so then the next one would go 201 and 202, and then the McLaren F1 came along in 1995 and went 242 miles an hour and completely obliterated everybody in that sense, only to be beaten by the Veyron, the Bugatti Veyron, a good 10 years, over 10 years later. So that really did set the benchmark for top speed. But yeah, for many people, the F40 is described as, for those lucky enough to drive it, we certainly haven't, but they describe the F40 because of how light it is. It doesn't have any aids or anything that these modern Ferraris do. People describe it as a really fast go-kart.
Yeah. And it's got that look. It's just, I mean, it is a poster car. Lots of kids would have had that on their wall growing up. But there's something a bit aggressive about it. It's like a race car. It's got something a bit more aggro than some of the other Ferraris, which is so curvy by design, that the F40 had a bit of angle about it, a bit of aggression.
Absolutely, and there it is.
And there it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Down into the Wakefield hairpin, as we can see. We've got a couple of categories coming up next. We've got Porsche RENNSPORT next, followed by Ferrari. So categories coming thick and fast at the moment. So we're sort of in a bit of a road car section at the moment. And then we turn our attention at 12 o'clock to Tipo F1. So we've got all these iconic cars on the racetrack. We've also got the Grand Marquis as well, interviews going on in there. If you're at the track listening to us talking about what is on the racetrack at the moment, there is also some legendary people in the Grand Marquis. At this point in time, being 11:30, Craig Lowndes is down there.
he'll tell you how to win Bathurst.
He certainly will.
And if anyone is going to tell me, I tell you, I would choose Craig Lowndes because he's pretty good at it. And a more likeable guy you won't meet. Very accessible. Always makes himself accessible for the fans and only too happy to have a chat. Always smiling. But a very, very handy steerer is Craig Lowndes, both in a tin top and an open wheeler car.
Ferrari Enzo, it's just moving out the way, left-hand side, not getting in anyone's way, and that being driven by Ryan Sutton. Developed in 2002, the Enzo, as I said earlier, 6-litre V12 engine, naturally aspirated, making nearly 500 kilowatts, which at the time was an absurd amount, absolutely absurd amount at that time. And then automated manual shift gearbox. Of course, these days most flappy paddle gearboxes are attached to an automatic gearbox, not a manual gearbox in this day and age, but the early iterations were with a manual gearbox, and through it goes, of course, named after the legendary and the late at that time Enzo Ferrari, the man behind the legendary Italian car manufacturer.
And in a unique aspect, Dan, the odd thing about that car was normally, you try something out on the track and then it might transfer to a road car later. On that car, they tried out some aero that they weren't allowed to use because of the F1 regulations. So it was a bit of a paradox in terms the production car being the groundbreaker.
Nearly makes a ton of downforce at 300 kilometres an hour. That's remarkable. So if you think on Comrade Straight, just getting up to 300 there, I'm sure this car would get up to 300 there, and that's right, a ton of downforce.
And it actually it adjusts itself and backs off the downforce a little to get its maximum speed. It's very, very clever.
It certainly is, certainly is. So you can see the car's turning hard left. Through the infield section. Those there are all the car displays. We've got car displays here this weekend from Chrysler. That's the one at the bottom I can see. And then on top of that, I think that's the chrome display. So a large variety of vehicles in that one. We've also got the Nissan and the Mazda displays as well. So around the circuit at the moment, car in the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this year. Look at Craig. More autographs and more autographs and more autographs. Fantastic. But yes, not only Repco, Shannon's, they share our passion for motoring, of course. They've been a sponsor of the event for many, many years. Penrite Oil as well. Zagami, there are so many. We could just see the sponsor roll going through at the bottom right-hand side if you're watching on at the live stream. Zagami.
And some new ones on board this year. We have Premier Hire, who will help you with everything that you need for an event, to power an event, like lighting towers and generators and all that kind of thing. And they are actually sponsoring the Bathurst Winners category. So that's their particular area. And that's owned by who is himself a V8 supercar team owner, and just to add to that, a national drag racing champion. I mean, the guy's got a need for speed, hasn't it?
He certainly does. It's certainly need for speed if you're a drag racing personality, that is for sure. Certainly, I'm not brave enough to do that. I don't imagine you are either, Nick.
No, I'll pass on that. So also this year, Mazda and Subaru also giving us a hand. Mercedes-Benz, Adelaide and Unley. In particular, they will have their newest offering, which is the Solterra, which is an EV. And, you know, we all know that Subaru owners are the most rusted on fan base that you can have. They trade their Subaru only to buy a new Subaru. So you can go down and see the absolute cutting edge of new Subarus down in their area, which is in the EV E-Motion zone, which is down and the exotic paddock. Mazda have joined us this year, and the Toyota Gazoo Racing have a pavilion down there, as do Pagani. Pagani have some great chefs down there from Soy 38 and other Adelaide restaurants to make sure that you don't go hungry over the weekend.
Lowndes continuing to sign. Pretty cool event last night, that is for certain. So many thousands of people there, stars and cars alike. And that's been a part of the event now for a number of years, hasn't it, Nick? And it's so popular and continues to grow as well. That's the most I've ever seen last night.
It's been kind of a trademark of this event, and even the Adelaide Rally when using the Goodger Street Party on a Friday night, which has also come back. But yeah, there's nothing like driving your Formula One car to the shops, is there? I mean, followed by a Mazda 767 and a late house Porsche. So, I mean, it's hard to explain if you weren't there, but to see cars like this driving through your city streets, like Bernie Stack, who's driven in probably every category that you can imagine. He's out there in his green IROC car. You can see it. No, you can't.
There's lots of green Porsches.
There's lots of green Porsches, and Bernie's is the oldest. Yeah, so you'll see some GT3 Cup cars. You'll see Cayman GT4. GT4 RS, of course, was in some contexts even quicker than the GT3 Cup car.
There goes roaring down pit straight. That's Matthew Sims, and there is Stack that you were just talking about. Here comes Sims again into the centre chicane, using a lot of curb left and right, getting it stopped really tight. Right-handed hairpin, got to be smooth on the throttle out of there. It's a bit of a rise as you go down Wakefield Street. The cars just continue to come through. That's the number 40 car of Matt Quinn. That's a 2011 Porsche GT3 Cup car. So we've got race cars and road cars in this category. Porsche RENNSPORT by name and very much by nature. So really cool to have such an eclectic mix of machines out there. This is a silver Porsche, I think that's a Cayman or a GT4. Porsches aren't my speciality. I'm the first to admit that, as it goes into the first chicane. I think that was the GT4S of Alex Winters.
And there's the pink polka Dan.
It is indeed.
It is a very famous colour scheme from the United States. It's been reapplied by Aaron Steer and Mark Lauke, and they used this car in the Adelaide Rally last year.
One of the loudest cars at the if not the, going around the outside, he's going to run out of room there. Has to slot back in behind and thinks better of a late dive down into turn number 1.
Wheel action there, because every now and again someone decides to bounce off a curb or both curbs, and you get to see the photographers have a field day with it, and so do the stewards, because they probably have a chat to them afterwards. So we'll give you 2 strikes.
It's not every now and then in this day and age, it's every single car that goes through there. We just saw from the drone footage how many people are here, and you can see in the grandstand behind, that is packed.
Now this is a different Porsche. It's the 944 Turbo of Nick Strakheisen.
The red one on the left.
The red one, the 944. It's been used, that was close. It's been used extensively in classic rallies. And it's, even though Nick has a number of competition cars, he loves this car. It's his favourite car to drive. And look, if you've driven a 944 in standard form, beautifully balanced car, really enjoyable car to drive.
Yes, certainly would be, as cars continue to go around the circuit.
So we've just lost our monitor for a second, so I can't tell you what I'm watching, but I can tell you what I'm looking at through the commentary box. That's Nick Strakheisen, and the red 944 just comes through. And as Dan said, a very wide variety of cars. The green car there, the Ormsby car. Ormsby family, a bunch of seasoned competitors, and we are back. We have our vision back. So now we don't feel so alone. There's Angus Sobels in his GT3 Cup car.
As you see on the Wakefield Street back section, an overtake being completed. Here it is, the Steer Porsche Corker, liveried like the Le Mans Porsche was in the very early 70s. Heading down into turn number 1, as we say, it was used in the Adelaide Rally to great effect last year. Oh, a big lock-up for the number 40 machine out there on the circuit. That's certainly going to feel that. And that is Mark Quinn, as we said earlier. He's in the 2011 GT3 Cup car. this is one of the fastest cars. He's trying to weave his way past the 944 Strikeisen, but thinks better of it down into turn number 1, unless you really are ahead of the car. You don't want to make a lunge up the inside, do you? And Anthony Ormsby really using his head and deciding to slot back in behind. Yeah, unless you're really alongside or in front, it's hard to overtake down at the centre chicane because it's such a fast sequence of corners.
But it all depends how much you want to risk. And I wouldn't be risking too much down there. Look, as we've said before, this is not a competition event. This is what you might call a moving museum. But certainly the guys are driving very spiritedly. They're having a great time and it's entertaining the crowd. We love it.
Absolutely. If you are just joining us, not only around the circuit, but tuning in on the various live stream platforms, you can watch us on Sky Sports, you can watch us on Speed Cafe, you can watch us on the Repco live stream, or the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream. We're on all of those on YouTube or on Facebook, so make sure you tune into any one of those. If you have to leave early from the racetrack, tune in. You won't miss a second of the action until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So there's plenty going on all around the live stream platforms. As you see, the Glenford sponsored Porsche having a little bit of a look, but thinks better of it on this occasion. Plenty to see and do around the venue. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Nick Lenthal, and on track at the moment is Porsche RENNSPORT. If you are just joining us, we've got Ferrari's next, then Tipo F1 GT style, and then not too far away we do have Formula 1 at 12:30 local time. So each session is 15 minutes in length, so 12:30 local time in Adelaide, wherever you are watching around the world. Adelaide, Australia time. So tune in for those. We've got a few Adelaide Grand Prix era cars, many in fact Adelaide Grand Prix era winning cars, including the 1990 Benetton, but one here in the hands of Nelson Piquet 34 years ago. As you look on track, there's a train of cars heading down the pit straight. The green machine, that stack pulling over to the left hand side, and Sims continues to overtake people galore. He's now behind the number 33 machine. That's Adam Cannell behind the wheel of that car, and there is the checkered flag waving. So that concludes the session out there on the racetrack. So they'll do one in-lap back to the pits, and then, as I say, we've got the Ferraris back out on the racetrack.
Once again, we'll tell you a little bit about our naming rights sponsor, Repco. This is the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and Repco actually at the heart of not only motorsport but vehicle manufacturing in Australia, with their first business opening in 1922. They were a machine shop, in simple terms. And now they have 400 stores employing 4,000 people around the country. You can go online and check out what you need for your car. In fact, one of the nicest things about the Repco website, if you use it to buy parts for your car, is that you can put in your registration number on the site, and it will come up with a list of all the parts that they have for your car. So they make it very, very easy if you're not sure whether you've got an FG or a BA or a BF or all those things. If you're not really that much into your cars, you can just put in your registration number and they do the rest for you. And it makes for a really good user experience on their online platform. Repco, of course, the people behind the Repco Brabham, that Jack Brabham won the 1966 World Championship in, a car of his own construction, and the late Phil Irving on the design team that designed that engine, which became a world beater and used in many, many different cars. That was commemorated in 1996 when they drove that car down the main street of the city of Melbourne to commemorate Jack's World Championship. And even last year at this very event, we had Jack's grandson Sam, son of David, drive the car for a few laps. So it was a really iconic moment, almost a bit emotional really, I guess, but a great achievement that wouldn't have happened without the involvement of Repco, who, like I said, big into motorsport and big into manufacturing.
You can see at the back of the shot, Premier Hire sponsoring the event. Yeah, so the Premier Hire hairpin, the final corner. And then, of course, this is the legendary pit straight as they cross the line and head into the centre chicane. Of course, there is a plaque down there dedicated to the late Formula One world champion, who many regard as the greatest of all time. 3-time champion, Ayrton Senna, passing away in 1994, and I'm very certain he'd have gone on to win more titles had he not lost his life on that day in Imola.
The outpouring of grief on the occasion of Senna's passing in Adelaide at the circuit was really something quite incredible. And people turned out in hordes to pay their respects. You know, such was the impact that he had on the Adelaide crowd, not only through global television, but at his performances here in Adelaide and as a personality. He was very much a part of that period when we had the Grand Prix here at this circuit. And you can see from the drone footage there that that's the city of Adelaide, surrounded by parkland, as it was intended by its designer, William Light. And we've got the cars moving off now.
Certainly do. So you'd have seen earlier we had Ferrari Spettacolo. I can't do it quite like
Spettacolo.
You. Thank you very much.
It was fantastico.
So that was on earlier on today. This is the normal Ferrari category, but I believe that Nick is down there in the Jack Perkins is down there in the rally area. I believe he's got. Veteran who has multiple rally cars. So we'll go down to Jack, who's down there now.
Last year's 037 was a car that ran the Rally of Ireland and then remained in collections in the UK till I purchased it in the early 2000s. Lancia. This was in a Japanese museum for the last 20 years, and
both later today and tomorrow.
Terrific. Thank you very much for your time. It's been great. It's a great event.
Thanks ever so much, Jack. Great interview down there with Jerry. We had a great chat with him yesterday, didn't we, Nick? So many rally cars he's brought here. The 037 that he's going to be driving later, the Stratos, the Integrale, he's got a Renault, a Ferrari 308. The list just goes on.
I thought I had the rally affliction pretty bad, Dan, but I could learn from that man. Jerry is a lovely guy. We had a great time talking to him, and I think he has, 6 or 7 cars that he's brought over for this event.
6 rally cars and 1 Formula 1 car.
And 1 Formula 1 car just to top it off. So we looked at the Lancia Rally 037, which is a two-wheel drive car that Lancia built at the time when four-wheel drive was becoming the flavour of the month, and they won the World Rally Championship with a two-wheel drive car. Supercharged, not turbocharged. They wanted the throttle response, but 750 kilograms, and we opened the door on that car, weighs 1 kilo.
Yes.
It was like
see, I wouldn't say every day on the road. Oh, big moment there for the, I think that was the 360 coming out of the final corner there. Managed to keep it under control. That was Lauro Marti, and yes, it was a 360, the Spider, hence the soft top. But yeah, a bit of a Larry moment there, getting two wheels over the grass on the outside of the corner. Some of these guys are really giving it a good go actually out there on the course at the moment, as we see the live stream shot showing us the centre chicane. Now this is a bit different, a bit older than most of the cars out there. The 1974 Ferrari Dino 308 GT4. That's got Michael at the wheel. You mentioned when this category was on before the live stream, it was the first Bertoni designed Ferrari, of course a legendary Ferrari designer.
It was, and four-seater Ferrari too. Michael Talladera at the wheel, local guy. And has campaigned that car a lot, as we see one of the 488 Pistas.
No, it's a 458.
It's a 458?
Yep.
Right.
That's heading down the back straight now. I think that is Fred Pascal at the wheel of that machine as he swings it into the left-hander. Such a fast, awesome sequence of road, and I like the fact they got to swing through the centre chicane, brake hard, and get it turned for the right-handed hairpin. It's a different challenge to what the Formula One drivers and the Fiat Supercar drivers have today. A bit of a different layout, and we're going to see old versus new here, and the 296 just blasts by in a straight line. We saw this car at the rally late last year. We spoke about the fact it's gone straight into racing, the 296, and has won multiple races, endurance races around the world. Not only is the hypercar doing brilliant things at Le Mans and the like, but the 296 in GT3 spec is doing remarkably good as well. And the 296 is up there for most of the Qatar 1,812 kilometre race a couple of weeks ago. I'm still not sure why they chose that distance, but I'm sure there is a perfectly good reason for it. As we go into turn number one, this is one of the 488s that you were referring to.
488 GTB
Indeed.
Of Ricky Mussolino in a fabulous colour. And that's that corner that you were talking about, Dan, that hairpin. Now, you've got to remember that's actually a manufactured corner, because it's where the dedicated street, the dedicated Grand Prix circuit joins a city street at an angle, and in the day they would have turned left.
Yep.
Today they're turning right, and that corner is acute. You can see it there from the drone footage. It is horrible. We used to use this stage as the last stage of the Adelaide Rally at times, and it was very hard work. It was a handbrake corner for me. So.
Oh, really? In a rally car, handbrake? Oh, that's very interesting. It'd be interesting to see in the rally category later whether or not they also are deploying their handbrakes, as we see.
Any opportunity.
The 296, but I just think Ferrari makes some good-looking cars, but the 296 for me, as you see it around the final corner, getting it a bit sideways. We saw him do that earlier on today as well. Emil Norden pushing the boundaries, and pulls over slowly to the right-hand side. He's still going all right. I think he's just trying to get his breath back after that Larry moment out of the final corner. But yeah, I don't know what you think, Nick, but this is a gorgeous-looking Ferrari. They
all are. It's hard to pick one, because somehow decade after decade after decade they keep coming up with these just drop-dead gorgeous designs. And sure, they change a little bit over time. You know, they've had their angular periods and their curvy periods, but always just gorgeous cars, whether they're front engine or mid engine. They just have the knack of making the car look beautiful. They're so passionate.
Absolutely they are. And again, we're seeing the 296 fire into the final corner, hard on the brakes, using the curb on the inside there. Very brave. Maybe that's what unsettled the car last time. Much nicer through there, using all the road on the exit and then back out to the right-hand side to get the best line for the iconic centre chicane. Flicks it in, use curb on the inside, yep, and all the curb on the right as well, and then gets it stopped. And we can see the 767B is just arriving at the Grand Marquis. Should stress everyone around the circuit, if you are here today and you hear an interview going on in the Grand Marquis, it is a live interview. Head on down there and you can see what is going on. So the 767 is just arriving, and that is the next topic of conversation at the Grand Marquis, located right pretty much slap bang in the middle of the venue. And when does that commence, Nick? 12 o'clock, imminently.
That's at 12 o'clock our time, and be down there with its owner Senji Hoshino and his translator, because he's
oh, we've got a car.
Purely Japanese. So we got a car that might just hold things up, so we'll see how we go. Still following the cars around with the drone, which is nice. Gives you good perspective of the circuit. So we are situated in the commentary box at what used to be called Turn 7, but today it's really Turn 1.
Yes,
for us.
Or 2, depending if you count the kinks. So yes, as you say, there is definitely a car stationary just under the tree on the left-hand side. Can't quite see who it is, but look at this.
Might be just a mechanical dent. This is the poster car. This is the car that, and look, yesterday when this car did a few laps and drove into the city, I went on the SA Rotors Facebook page last night. I can't tell you how many videos there were of this car, because all the Rotor boys, they love it, and that's what they've come to see and hear, because it's all about the noise.
And look at the fans. They can't get enough of it. It's really, there's so many people that have said to me, oh, you know, I really wanted to come to the event, and then when I saw the 767, that was it. I was there, bought the tickets immediately. Let me assure you, there was a lot of ticket sales on that day when this car was announced. And we originally had that poster with all the blanked out cars and slowly revealed them, and once this was revealed, the ticket sales were pretty good, as I say, on that day. You can see they had to take the nose off to get it over the ridge and onto the Grand Marquis. They're just putting the nose back on, and then the interview with Mr. Hoshino and his translator Daniel will be there. So all of these guys have come over from Japan for this event. It's run by a Japanese team, so They don't speak English too well, so that's why Daniel's here, and he's with Mr. Hoshino, not just throughout the weekend, but wherever he goes to help him translate. So great to have them here.
Very important car, one of three, I believe, and the car that spawned the 787, which won Le Mans, the first Japanese victory at Le Mans ever. So it was a huge situation for Japan. Huge. Moment for them to have their and especially a rotary engine car.
The car stopped down at the centre chicane, or the centre hairpin, as they term right, as I refer to it as, is Kevin Weeks, a well-known Adelaide GT driver. He's actually driving in the GT class in his Lamborghini Gallardo as well. But he's come to a stop down there at the centre hairpin in his 2018 Ferrari 488 Pista. So I'm sure the recovery team will be quickly onto that, and then we will be quickly onto the Tipo F1 category. One of my favourite categories, this one. Great variety and mixture.
And I'm sure this will be the same. People just, it's just such a privilege to get to see cars like this and up so close. You know, you can, yesterday they were doing a few laps and you could have walked up and stuck your head right inside it. It's just so accessible at this event, and that's what the nature of this event is. It brings the cars to the people. And allows them to enjoy it. So many young kids here with their families, just getting a first-hand experience of historic rally cars, especially Group B rally cars, race cars, Formula One cars, Bathurst winning V8s, and of course V8 supercars, our national formula.
Absolutely, and you could see what that car means to people. It's such an iconic motor racing. So with the rotary engine, it really does have a real buzz about it, and a real army of fans just that love that car, that just go. And it's these people that are here in the Mazda display.
And you can see, look, we're between events right now, and the stand's still half full. At 9 o'clock this morning, that grandstand was full, and I can't believe that people. Are so dedicated that they were here at that time of morning. We're going to cross to the Grand Marquis so that you can see what's going on.
They went all out for the event.
ですが、残念ながら3台出場して7位、9位、12位と。
Okay, so they entered 3 of the 767s and they got positions 7, 9 and 12. In 1989 年。Yeah, 1989.
その時に9位になった車です。
And this one here got 9th place.
マツダ、その時はユーノディエールっていう直線がまだ、相当長かったんですね。6キロありましたかね。その時に368キロを記録しました。
At the time, he said the straight length was about 6 kilometers. 6キロ。6 kilometer length. And もう一度いいですか
？368キロ。
And it got a top speed of 368 kilometers an hour.
Ooh, yes! Round of applause!
だけど隣で400キロで抜いていった車が何台かいたんですよ。
But he said there are other cars that were going at over 400 kilometers past it.
Oh.
当時は狂ってましたね。
Yeah, he said it was just crazy times back then, you know, for Le Mans. Yeah.
And Hashino-san, how did you come to own this car?
どうやって手に入ったんですか？
マツダが販売がずーっと下火になってきまして、新車が売れなくなってきたと。
So Mazda car sales were actually going really bad for them at the time.
それとマツダがロータリー、レースは出場禁止だよって、相当いじめられてた年なんですね。
いじめられたっていうのはもう禁止される。
レギュレーションでもう完全にもう出場禁止だと。
Yeah, they were going to make a regulation not to actually allow rotaries anymore, so Mazda just decided to pull the pin on the whole thing.
マツダを上げてもうモータースポーツは撤退。
So they said we're done with it.
マツダスピード、静岡マツダ、山梨マツダ、全部撤退です。
So Mazda Speed,
静岡マツダ。
Shizuoka Mazda and Yamanashi Mazda, so they were the ones in control of the car. They just
たまたまこの車は静岡マツダが持ってました。
So this car here was owned by Shizuoka Mazda, which is probably near Mount Fuji.
それでこの車をどうにか処分しなくちゃいけないって社長命令が下ったときに、この車を処分しろと言われて社長からすぐに処分しろという命令が下ったんですね。
Okay, so the president at the time said that you have to get rid of the car now.
その時に担当が私の友人だったんですよ。
So at that time, the person in charge of actually selling the car was his mate. So.
それでこれはちょっと重いだろうと、私には持ちきれないということになりまして、じゃあまず片山義美ね、マツダエースドライバーの片山義美さんに行ってみようじゃないかと、そういうことで私から片山さんに言いました。
もうちょっと分かりやすいように説明して
片山さんに持ってもらうのが一番ベターじゃないかなと、私が思いまして。
So there was a race driver at the time called Katayama. He actually told his friend, "Look, I think he should be the one to get the car, not me."
そしたらマツダで一応ロータリーでターボをやってた時がありましてね、このターボでルマンにチャレンジして優勝を狙うんだっていう時があったんですよ。
He said there was a time when Mazda, when they started doing the turbo rotary engines, and they were going to actually build a car for Le Mans at the time.
マーチ840っていう車 13B のターボで試乗しました。それは全日本でですね試乗したんです。
何ルモンとかじゃなくてどういう意味ですか？
まず全日本を走って練習して、そう良ければルマンにチャレンジしようと。
Okay, so they built it to test it in Japan domestically, and if they got good results, they were going to actually take it to Le Mans.
そのワンレースだけでもうエンジンがパンね。
They did one race and the engine just blew, and yeah.
その時にその車はもうマツダターボはよすからマルチローターで行きますよっていう時にその車を片山さんに譲ったと。
もちろんいいですか？ちょっと分かりやすい。
もうターボはよしますからその車がいらない、その車を片山マツダが譲ったんですよ。
Okay, so that car, they said, well, we're not going to be using that anymore, so they actually gave that one to Katayama. He just wants to explain why he was chosen.
Oh yes, please do.
日本でグランチャンピオンシリーズっていう富士でロータリーと BMW の一騎打ちみたいなレースが流行り始めた頃なんです。
So it was back in that was when Rotaries and BMW were quite popular in Japan, like on this racing scene.
当時、2000cc の2シーターで競うレースだったんです。
2000cc の、
2シーター。
Okay, it was a 2-liter, two-seater race.
Okay.
そこで BMW がナンバーワン。速くて速くて。
So at the time, BMW were beating the rotaries.
で、ロータリーがまだくちばしがそんなこと言うとあれだけど、まだひよこだった。
もう一度いいですか？
ロータリーがひよこだった。
ひよこって何ですか？
ひよこって知らない？
知らない。
Every time I laugh, I'm worrying.
若かった。だからロータリーはまだ熟成が進んでない。
He's got a funny accent, so I'm just trying to get the...
Do I believe you?
そしてその3年後か4年後にはレース界を席巻するまでになったんですね。
もう一度。
4年後には席巻をするようになりました。席巻って分かる？席巻っていうのは分かんない。席巻はね、もう
レースを作る。
レースって言ったらロータリーじゃなくちゃダメだっていうぐらいのチャンピオンになった。
もうロータリー
グランチャンピオンシリーズね。
So rotaries then became like the more competitive against the BMW, so they decided to make like a one rotary race.
Okay.
Yeah.
その時に私がマツダの腕章をつけてカバンたんですよ。
どういう意味ですか？
手伝いをしてた。
So he was actually working for Mazda at the time, helping them.
Car. So talk us through. Actually, guys, can I just ask if anyone is available to open this one for us? It's getting really unbearably hot in here. If you wouldn't mind, and we've got lights shining on us as well. Thank you so much. If someone can come and open this one for me, thank you. It's getting very, very warm. And so talk us through how you feel about it being called the best sounding car on Earth. Do you agree? Everyone agree with that?
なんかこの車が地球の一番かっこいい音の車って呼ばれてるんですけど、どう思いますか？
ソプラノっていうんですかね、なんていうかテノールか。テノールかソプラノ。
ちょっと難しいですね。
何しろ音ではナンバーワンです。
Yeah, he said definitely. He thinks it's the number one best sound. Yeah.
Good. Yes, big round of applause.
それで前回ね鈴鹿で、鈴鹿の60周年かな、そのレースの時に呼ばれて行ったんです。
So he went to a meet recently that was a 60-year anniversary at Suzuka.
その時に日産のワークスから12気筒が来たんですよ。12気筒 3.5 リッター。
Okay, he said Nissan boughtもう一度いいですか？
日産の12気筒の 3.5 リッターのワークス。
Nissan bought a 3.5 liter V12.
12気筒ね。それで来て、皆さんはやっぱ12気筒はすごいだろうって言うんですね。
And everyone was going on about how good the Nissan sounds and.
いやマツダの4ローターでも全然ダメでしょと。
And they were like saying it's a lot better than the Mazda 67s, you know.
比べて一緒に走ったらこっちはノイズがない、向こうノイジー。12気筒ノイズがガーッ。
Yeah, he said. So they both went out. The V12 was very loud. He said.
こっちバーって言いますから。
But it was the high pitch.
あとトヨタから呼ばれましてね、トヨタのイベントで、向こうは10気筒の 3.5 リッターのエンジンの積んだ車が来ました。
So he was also invited to a Toyota event where they had a 何リッターだっけ3.5 A 3.5 V10.
これはすごいぞと。トヨタさんがもう肝入りで作った車でものすごい速い、いい音がすると。で、お客さんの7割はトヨタの人です。
So, the share. Is it dropped out? Back on? No.
トヨタのイベント行ったんだから、お客さんの7割はトヨタのお客さん。
So the 70% of the customers, spectators there were Toyota fans.
そしてね、我々が行ったんですよ。その時にカウルを外しといたんですね。向こうは8気筒なんで、あれでトヨタがポン
This is the Toyota sound.
ポンポンポンポンポンポンポンと来て、それで767のバンククククククポンベベベベベベベベベベベベベ。
How good is that? How good is that, Charlie? Certainly enjoying herself with Mr. Hoshino and Daniel as well. Really, really fascinating insights in so many things about how he came to own the vehicle, and of course as well the speed that the cars used to do on the Le Mans straight back in the day before the chicanes were added in the late 80s. A remarkable era, wasn't it? So yes, the supercars continue to come around in the TIPO F1 category. So we've moved on now. So there's a bit of a delay there. Ferraris. Now we are on to TIPO F1. The Kevin Weeks machine has been recovered. So yes, we have the TIPO F1 cars out there at the moment. As I said earlier, so this is non-F1 cars basically that are out there on the circuit, anything from Formula Holdens to Formula 3000s, and this, driven by Red Bull reserve driver Liam Lawson, the Roden FZ, quickly making its way by the Formula Holden and bursting into wheel spin. In fact, I'm not sure if the Formula Holden's nursing a mechanical issue there, maybe stuck in gear, not quite sure, but it's the Roden's ultra fast, but I'm not sure it's quite that much faster than the 1995 Formula Holden. As we can see down into the hairpin comes the Formula 3 machine, the 23 on the side. That's a Dallara chassis. That's Bo Jensen, 2004 that was built. Quite remarkable, that was nearly 20 years ago. I can't quite believe that. It's the last Dallara F304 built actually, and was originally owned by Kimi Raikkonen's Formula 3 team, of course. Kimi has a Formula 3 team, Double R Racing, so that was actually owned by that very team, so pretty cool. A bit of F1 history there in the TIPO F1 category. As we can see down in the centre hairpin, Liam Lawson getting on the throttle, and how good does this sound? It roars underneath the drone. Now we're looking at the 27 car. That is Darrell Hurd behind the wheel of that, and there's the Formula Holden, still not quite running on song, I don't think, the number 7 car. So many machines, so many different eras, noises. It's a pretty cool category, this one, Nick.
Pretty diverse. Yeah, good to see Brendan Grigiol out there in the big V8 Formula 5000 that you can hear. That we'll get a look at that in a minute. But yeah, very diverse field. We're looking there down at car number 2, which is the Shrike.
It is indeed.
Of Grant Dorman. Shrike was a project taken by a technical college in Adelaide to build a race car. And Grant was actually employed by them to drive the car, race the car in the National Series. He later finished up purchasing the car, and he loves it. He's restored it, and he's clearly very, very passionate about that car.
And I'm very passionate about this car, and I'm sure Liam Lawson is as well, as he roars down the pit straight.
Cosworth V8.
Absolutely. Brilliant sounding machine. We should probably talk you through this. Probably wondering, well, that looks like a Formula One car. Well, it was based 2011 Lotus Formula One car, the Roden FZ, was based on that T125, which is pretty successful. Got a couple of podiums that year in the hands of Vitaly Petrov, and I think it was Nick Heinfeld that also drove that car that year. So Roden, a New Zealand manufacturer, took over the project and developed this machine, and they formed a partnership with Zagami Automotive here in Australia, and that's what's enabled come here. But Liam, for years, has been testing this car over in New Zealand and really fine-tuning it. So he's been sponsored for a number of years, Liam, by Roden. They've supported him throughout his junior career, and it's really good to see that Liam can now give back to Roden in the same way that Roden have given to him through his junior ranks. Because, say Lawson, all through his days in Formula 3, Formula 2 has had Roden backing, so that's pretty cool. And Roden now a named Formula 2 team as well.
Yep, and you can buy a Roden. You can, I think Zagami will probably handle the sale for you, and you can even go to New Zealand to pick up your Roden, and they'll give you a driving course at the same time, and at the circuit that they use, and there's a resort there as well, so you can kick back and relax a bit and learn how to drive your new race car. As Dan said, based on a Lotus, but Cosworth V8, naturally aspirated. It's a great sounding car, and probably as close as a lot of us will get to
or anything like that, which is fantastic news. Cars roaring down the pit straight. What glorious weather we've been greeted to this weekend. There's a few raindrops on Thursday when we were all signing in, everyone. Arriving at the track, but since then it's been perfect weather. A few clouds in the sky, but it's really nice to see the weather's turned on. It turned on maybe a little too much this time last week. It's 41 degrees, 42 degrees even in Adelaide last week. So it's pretty perfect conditions. Low 30s.
Yep.
Probably a little warm for some of the enclosed cockpit cars, but nothing that they won't be. Time of year down under, that's for sure.
Blue skies, very slight breeze blowing, perfect Adelaide weather.
Absolutely. As you see the Formula 3 car head down the back straight, the pit straight, and this looks really nice. It's a bit of an older spec Formula 3 car, this one. This is Jordan Ormsby, I believe, at the wheel of this one. So putting on a good show in the 2001 Dallara F3. And here's that, hands waving for the 27 car. Not quite sure what's happened there for Darrell Hurd. He's pulled over to the inside.
I think the fire's gone out in that one.
Unless he's just letting them through. No, that seems to have accelerated away from the centre chicane. So I think the Shrike go by and roaring away down the straight. So let's just say good mixture of cars in this category. Red Bull picked him up, and the rest, they say, is history. Race winner in FIA Formula 3, race winner in FIA Formula 2, and did a remarkable job subbing in for the injured Daniel Ricciardo at AlphaTauri midway through last year, outperforming really his teammate Yuki Tsunoda in the races that he did. And scored points as well. So a really strong opening few races in Liam Lawson's F1 career. Many people say he should be back there, if not this year, in the very near future. A real superstar from this part of the world, not Australian, but we'll adopt him, we'll take him as our own. He's a great kid, is Liam Lawson. And we
just watching the Reynard, the white Reynard of Troy Berris. Recently competing in Formula Holden, was originally fitted with a Cosworth V8 and raced in the F3000 Championship. So just bringing up behind the green number 5 car of Michael Cumming.
As they head down into the centre hairpin, the green machine looked like he's running a bit wide there. But manages to keep it out the wall, which is very good news. The Shrike on the tail of Beros in the Formula Holden. So two cars from similar-ish eras, the 89 Shrike, the red machine, and the 95 Formula Holden. Some great drivers came out of Formula Holden. You think Jason Bright, Scott Dixon came out of Formula Holden, and well, boy oh boy, has he done things in IndyCar. 6-time champion. Had a reasonable start to the season at St. Petersburg last weekend, and we see an overtake, the 27 car of Darrell Hurd going around the outside. Lovely manoeuvre there into the final corner of the number 5 car, which is Brenton Griegel. Great to see Brenton here this weekend. He's in a number of cars, and he's actually got a Formula 1 car here this weekend. So Brenton in a couple of categories. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Brenton Griegel, that was Michael Sorry, apologies. Brenton is out there in this field. He's in the Formula 5000, the 1969, the blue machine that you would have seen on the screen. So
the noisy one.
The noisy one, and doesn't it look good as well? It's proper old school. Just when wings were starting to come into open wheel racing in the late 60s.
I haven't seen Brenton. Have we lost him?
He's disappeared. I think maybe come in the pits early. Same with Liam in the Roden. I think he's come in a little bit early, and I think is coming to an end anyway now.
Well, that would be the reason.
Car's coming to a slow down the back straight. Can't quite see the checkered flag from where we are located at the final corner. We're just to the right of that Premier hire sign you just saw. So yeah, all the cars have been given the checkered flag now, and they will be coming into the lane. So that's F1 Tipo. Up next we've got GT Style. So that's GT3 cars and GT4 cars, all different makes and models in that. That's up next. Formula One's out there for the second time today, and the first time on the live stream. Very much looking forward to that. You can see there's a little bit of action down there in the Grand Marquis. Looks like the interview with Mr. Hoshino has come to an end. And what's up next? I can see you having a quick look out there on the circuit.
And we've got a McLaren 570S, we have a Ferrari 458 Challenge, Paul Matolo, we've got 993 Super Cup cars, we've got the Dodge Viper of Justin Anthony, which is going to be an interesting car to look. It was built in America as a race car. Ferrari 488 Challenge. A Mark GT, and even hopefully Kevin Weeks in the Lamborghini Gallardo. I hope he is ready to get back in a car after that little mechanical that he had at the end of the earlier session. So forming up now, looking good. That's the Viper on the right, I reckon, and with the big stripes.
And
gee,
the
they're a big car.
Mark car on the left. The very new Mark car, the Mark car GT. Somebody's trying to cool themselves down. You can see the door. At the back, it's a truly unique way of trying to cool yourself down, isn't it, in a motor racing vehicle. But the Mark car already looking to pass the lovely V10 Dodge Viper as they head down the back straight. Does the Mark car have the horsepower? Probably not. Certainly got more aerodynamic performance around the bends, but that Dodge Viper is mighty fast in a straight line as they swing it through the centre chicane and into the hairpin. Still got to sit there.
Well, I don't think it'll have as much torque as a Viper. I don't think anything's got as much torque as a Viper. Originally built by Roush, this car.
You're referring to the
Viper? Yep, distributed by Orica. And it ran in the British GT3 series and the European series. It's a 500 cubic inch car.
To have John here this weekend, so yeah, that car ran in the GT Championship as I think it was an invitational class car that weekend. And it performed pretty strongly against the traditional older generation Mark cars, such as the Mazda 3, the Mark Mustang, and the Ford Focuses as well. So it did pretty well in its debut. Pretty unique sound as it roars out the final corner. I'll let you listen to it. Got Viper coming around now as well, just ahead of the safety stop Lamborghini as Goodacre flicks it through the centre chicane. Goodacre's been racing around the nation for a good few years. Loves driving these style of cars, GT cars, that's for sure. Ormsby up the inside in the number 6 Porsche. Nice move, nicely done. That's Jordan Ormsby. 2002 Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Race spec, of course, you can see with all the numbers and liveries staying the way it is from back when it raced back in 2002. I can't believe that shape of Porsche is over 20 years old.
Look, they're timeless. And somehow they retain that shape. They bring out a new car, but it's still unmistakably a 911. Dan, GT racing's going through a bit of a purple patch. It's really come on in this country with the Bathurst 12-hour. What is the difference between GT3 and a GT4 car?
So a GT3 car is it was introduced over 10 years ago now internationally. GT3 cars are very aerodynamic, really fast aero cars. GT4s have been introduced in very recent years as a sort of, I wouldn't say entry-level way of getting into GT racing, but a more cost-effective way of getting into GT racing. So a lot less aero, less horsepower, smaller cars. So the likes of McLaren would race in GT3, whereas the smaller McLarens in the range, like the Artura that we saw on the screen a few moments ago, the white car, that's a GT4 car. So smaller car, less horsepower, less aero. So it's a more cost-effective way of getting into GT racing. And in some categories around the world, GT4 are their own class within a bigger race. In other categories around the world, GT4 has their own specific class.
Right. And at the Bathurst 12-hour,
that was a within the main
you
race.
have the classes racing together, but against themselves.
Absolutely. So into the corner goes that is the Artura, I believe, with Rob Wilson behind the wheel. A Bathurst class winner in the 12-hour. So he's got good racing pedigree. And here we have the number 86 Porsche blasting down. Pit straight and down into the centre chicane.
If you haven't been to the Bathurst 12-hour, you've got to go. It's a fabulous event. Racing, of course, on Saturday and qualifying and practice. And it's 6 a.m. on Sunday. Mystic Sound all their own, a Dodge Viper. Just one of the draw cards. And look, ironically, a winner of the Adelaide Rally, a Dodge Viper. You would think that is a very big car to drive down twisty hills roads in a rally, but certainly used advantage. By Eddie McGuire as a winner of the Adelaide Rally. Only, I think 2021 was the year that they managed to score that. Jordan Ormsby back again on screen. GT3 RS from 2002. Just heading through the centre chicane there. fabulous footage that we're getting from our camera guys all around the circuit. All our camera team, dedicated motorsport enthusiasts themselves, even competitors. So they love being a part of this.
Absolutely, everyone here I think is a motorsport enthusiast, that is for sure. And the grandstands, if they weren't full already, which let's be honest they were, are very full now, because Formula Ones are out next, ladies and gentlemen. Formula One out on the circuit next, so not too far away from them heading out onto the track for the second time, and the first time you will see them if you're tuning on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream, whether you're watching on Sky Sports, whether you're watching on speedcafe.com, whether you are watching on the Repco YouTube channel or our own Adelaide Motorsport Festival. The Formula One cars will be out next, and you will see that live here. And we've got to think.
Keith Wong, of course, veteran of too many classes.
Yes.
From a Honda Civic lap record holding car at Malala to historic Alfa Romeos to Ferrari 360 Challenge. There's not much that Keith Wong hasn't had a go at. Local South Australian driver.
Certainly right there. There is very little that he hasn't driven. He loves this event. That's for certain. He's done it on a number of occasions. Formula One up next. Very much looking forward to seeing those cars come back out onto the race circuit. As we can see, there it is, the 488 Challenge. Should explain, this was actually a race car in the one-make 488 Challenge category that was in Europe for a period, and Asia. This one in particular harps from Asia. So, great to have one-make category cars here as well. So Ferrari Challenge machine. Of course, the 488, the 458 had the naturally aspirated V8 engine, and the 488, although pretty similar in shape, went to the turbocharged engine. Didn't quite have the same symphony as the previous car, but it was faster, an upgrade, 458 to 488, and Ferrari have continued to go from strength to strength.
Well, it's all about the sound, Dan. It's all about the sound. And speaking of that, how cool was that interview and presentation on the Mazda 767?
Absolutely. And I should say as well, if you haven't seen, there is a tent around, sort of in the main, where the two gates are, the main entry gates. So if you want to check out the merchandise, you can buy a Adelaide Motorsport Festival Mazda 767B t-shirt, and I'm sure that they will sell out quite quickly, if we are honest. So if you do want a 767B Adelaide Motorsport Festival t-shirt, make sure you head down to the merchandise stand if you are out and about on the racetrack. Brilliant footage, drone footage of the venue where we are. There's all the cars underneath those marquees just there. All the categories as they head out onto the track, and then they go underneath the Penrite Arch and onto the racetrack. So pretty cool little location, facility where we are. Look at all those cars, Nick. I think the car park is full, so everyone's going to have to use the back streets of Adelaide now to find their car parking spots, because the car park is full to the brim.
I always love looking through the car parks at motorsport events, because sometimes it's just as interesting as the cars in the paddock. There's so many enthusiasts that come along. Talking of enthusiasts, Horsepower Crew are one of the exhibitors here this weekend. Horsepower Crew have a mission to have a positive impact on the South Australian motorsport community or motor enthusiasts community, and for small business and charitable causes. And they do that by bringing together in a festival environment a lot of ways to help people connect through motorsport and the charitable causes that they support. So you can access their social media platform, Horsepower Crew, and they have a display here this weekend. Have a chat to them. You can even join up with them. And on your way there, you can call into Cut Hill Distillery, and they've come up from the Fleurieu Peninsula, and you can try their whiskies.
Absolutely. As we can see, if you haven't heard it already around the venue, we can see that the Formula One cars are out there on the circuit. We've got to raise our voices in the commentary box because these are loud. And the Arrows looking for a potential move up the inside there of the Leighton house, but can't quite get the move done. Such a symphony of lovely sounding Formula One cars. Look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4 onto Wakefield Straight, down the back, and then back into the Park Lanes section of the course. You can hear cars all around. I'll just let you listen to these two machines. The 1993 Benetton, driven here by Michael Schumacher, and behind it the 1990 Benetton, driven by Nelson Piquet Jr. In fact, we're almost going 3 wide on pit straight. In fact, we are. How cool's that? Through goes the
Just
Brabham.
like back in the day, Dan.
That's right.
Just like it's on again.
Through goes the Brabham. Nelson Piquet takes. Oh no, sorry, that's not Nelson Piquet. It's John Rees. And the Schumacher Benetton goes down into position number 4. That's really, really cool to see. Really cool. Love that. And Steve Offanelli in the 1993 Benetton, still learning the circuit. He says how tight this section of course is around these hairpins before you come back on the circuit. He says it's got a great variety though. You've got these fast sweeping corners that we can see on the live stream now. We've also got couple of tight hairpins and a chicane, so he says great variety. John Rees, another one over from England. Great personality is John, and we're really thankful to have him in the 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix winning Benetton. As we say, that was driven by Nelson. To victory here 34 years ago. He goes down into the Wakefield hairpin. He's loving every single second he is behind the wheel of that machine. Just loving his time down in Australia. Never been to Australia, let alone Adelaide. Never been to Australia before. Certainly found it a bit hot, I think, the first couple of days, but I'm sure he's getting used to the heat now. Although, to be honest, he was complaining a little bit on Thursday. Drizzling with rain, but I'm sure he's pleased with the weather he's now being greeted with. Glorious blue skies out there at the moment.
Classic Adelaide weather. Beautiful this time of year. Hasn't been a really hot summer for us. Big one last weekend with 40-degree temperatures, but just right this weekend. Blue sky, 30 degrees, slight breeze. 5 minutes from the city. What more could you want?
Absolutely.
Surrounded by parkland and racing cars.
So Piquet not only won the Adelaide Grand Prix in this car that year, the race before actually won the Japanese Grand Prix as well. So he won the final 2 races in 1990, came home strong, did Nelson Piquet, to finish 3rd in the championship that year. Here, driven by Riccardo Patrese back late in the 70s. So it got great history behind it. Has that particular machine out there on the track. And Jochen Mass was Patrase's teammate that year. Had a reasonable success, best finish of 5th place in the Belgian Grand Prix. And not too bad a season for Patrese. And here, the 1993 Benetton, formerly driven by 7-time Formula 1 champion Michael Schumacher at this very venue. Of course, when Schumacher's here in this car, he was a 0-time world champion. His career was very much at the beginning. He won a couple of races, including in the 1993 spec cars. Portuguese Grand Prix won a race in 1993. But his first title would come a year later at this very venue after a collision, a famous incident with Damon Hill. But brilliant to have that car here. And Steve, another man who's come over to Australia. Now, I was talking to him yesterday, Nick. You're not going to believe this. What they do, they drive this car in events all around the world, whether it be it's driven at Goodwood 5 times, it's driven in Silverstone. And Steve Otvanelli said to me, what we do, this car had a revolving livery, almost race on race, and he changes everywhere he goes to run the livery that was run at the venue.
Wow.
So he's changed the livery in the last couple of weeks. After it ran at Silverstone last year, they've changed the livery that ran at the British Grand Prix, stuck the Adelaide Grand Prix livery on it, so that is it in its actual 1993 livery.
What a fantastic gesture for the fans to do that, to see it in its in the context that it raced in this circuit. And it has raced at Goodwood, Silverstone, Suzuka, Scotland. It's been all over the world.
I said to the guys yesterday, I said Stephen is good mates, he's helping in the paddock. I said, what events has it done? And they were struggling to come up with a list of tracks just because there's been so many, not because it's not done many, it's because there's too many to name, frankly.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you say, it's been all around the world. He takes it everywhere, drives it wherever he can. I'd say it was at the British Grand Prix last year, at Goodwood last year. In fact, it was driven by Riccardo Patrese at the Goodwood Festival of Speed last year, so that's pretty cool. And Patrese drove the car. So back then, of course, they had 3 cars and they changed chassis. It was Schumacher's call what car he wanted. So Riccardo drove it in a few races and Schumacher did as well. So cool that Patrese drove that at the Goodwood Festival of Speed last year. And if you're tuning in around the world wondering what you are watching, you're watching the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And this is, I suppose, our equivalent of the Goodwood Festival. Combination of the Goodwood Festival of Speed and the Goodwood Revival, really. It's sort of a combination of the two. As you can see, we're on the old Adelaide Grand Prix circuit, cars circulating around it. So not like Goodwood Hill Climb. The cars keep coming around like they would in the Revival. So, but it's more of a spirited demonstration, this. And look at that, the 2 Benettons, the Poms going side by side down into turn number 1. John making the move. I said earlier, I spoke to John at great length yesterday, the 1990 Ben, and judging by the overalls, I can tell you that's Owen Kelly. That's Owen Kelly in the because he was Fujitsu sponsored in Trans Am last year, running the number 73. So Owen Kelly.
Brabham BT58.
Yeah, it's come to a halt, unfortunately, there. There's two identical Brabham BT58s out there, team cars from that year, 1989. So Owen Kelly is wheel of one, the broken down one, and now Adam Gowans is behind the wheel of the other car. So both of those two cars here this weekend, they were both restored just in time for the event last year. A magnificent restoration was done to get those cars back on the racetrack as they were last year.
Not sure what the prognosis will be, but let's not go on there. So we'll just have to live with it. So the field's slow, and I think that's the Steiner car just coming into view.
Let's see the cars continuing. So yes, it is the 1979 car going into the centre chicane there, and rolling down into the centre hairpin. I think the session is pretty much concluded. But how was that, Adelaide? Pretty cool. Nearly a dozen historic Formula One cars lapping the streets of Adelaide. Here we go. It's just like Nelson Piquet coming out the final corner to take the victory in the 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix. I said to John yesterday, I said, you are the first person to drive that car in Adelaide since Nelson Piquet. That's pretty cool. He says, oh, well, yeah, but I drove it for 20 minutes ago, he says. He says, I'm the last person to drive that car in Adelaide, not Nelson Piquet. I'm the last person.
I love these drone shots that we're getting. So if you're not familiar with... we are just going to go to a interview with Daryl Beattie.
On Friday here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, there was an exciting announcement, and I'm to be standing here with Paddy Lowe, the CEO and founder of Zero Fuels, and also Formula One World Champion Damon Hill. I'll get to you in a second, Damon, but Paddy, I'd really like to know a bit more about this company and brand that you've founded and the CEO of.
Well, great to be here, firstly. I was last here in 1992 with Williams for the Grand Prix, so it's quite emotional to come back again. I love Adelaide. I love the people here. So, yeah, but the great thing today is we've brought our fuel. So at Zero, we make what we call synthetic fuels. Some of your people watching may know of the term e-fuel. That's another name. We say synthetic. So these are fuels which are literally made from air and water. That may sound like alchemy, but it's not really. It's just chemistry. When you burn fuel in your car, what comes out the tailpipe is water and carbon dioxide. These are the products of the combustion. So we're simply taking those same molecules back out of the atmosphere, adding in energy and turning it back into fuel. So magic. But the great thing about it is that firstly, you can do that forever. It's fully sustainable because it's circular, just like biology. And secondly, that we make very, very superior fuels because they're fully engineered. They're fully constructed by molecule, so much purer, cleaner burning, more efficient eventually, and so on. So very exciting future.
It is, and to think about air and water running engines is an interesting thought for our viewers, like you say. Now, we've got it on display this weekend, and it's actually powering one of these old Honda bikes, which is really cool. So it can work not just in new machinery, it's also old machinery as well.
Absolutely, yeah. That also takes me back, because I was originally a biker before I got into Formula One and cars, a bit like Damon, actually. So I didn't have a car till I was 25, and I had a 404, which was the younger brother of this bike behind us. So a lot of great connections here.
Now, Damon, first time for you back in Adelaide for 29 years. Firstly, how cool's that? Yeah. And to be here involved with Zero as well.
Well, a bit like Paddy, a lot of memories starting to flood back. And the last time I was here, I left victorious. So that was quite a good way to end it. And as you know, the Grand Prix then went to Melbourne. But it's amazing to come back and also be helping spread the word with. I'm an investor in this project with Paddy. And I worked with Paddy at Williams, so I've known Paddy for a long time and got a lot of faith in his abilities and insights. And I didn't know he was a chemist, though, but it's amazing what you can do, you turn your hand to when you're as a bright person like Paddy is.
Now, I know you're a keen motorcyclist as well. Is there any chance you might throw a leg over this bike behind us this weekend?
There's a slim chance. Oh, like I said, I don't bring any leathers or crash helmet, and I'm a little bit rusty on that score. But the amazing thing is I have actually driven a go-kart with this fuel in, and so we claim to have done the first racing lap in a go-kart with totally synthetic, renewable fuel from, as Paddy explained, it literally is going to, you take it out of the sky, you put it back in the sky, you take it out of the sky, and we don't add to anything in terms of carbon footprint, and the fossils can stay in the ground.
Well, there you have it, guys. We're breaking ground technology here this weekend. Exciting to have not only these guests here, but this fantastic Zero product, and we look forward to seeing this bike on action on the track.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks ever so much for that, Jack. Brilliant to have Damon Hill here and Paddy Lowe as well, a brilliant engineer and the like, back in his day in Formula One. He's only recently retired, really, and got straight onto this. So let's talk about it a bit more, Nick. So Zero, a carbon-neutral synthetic fuel maker, founded by Paddy Lowe. It's the way that we are going now, isn't it, in terms of the future?
That whole conundrum is a global topic of much consternation. And, we have EVs, we have hybrids, we have synthetic fuel, we have hydrogen. Every player is having a go at the moment. And the interesting thing about synthetic fuel is that it harvests carbon from the atmosphere, which is a good thing. And the only emission is, again, harvested. So as Paddy said, it's circular. It just keeps going round and round and round. So the net emissions effect is zero. And really like about it in this whole argument, and Mr. Bean agrees with me, Rowan Atkinson, is that we're using all the existing infrastructure. We're using internal combustion engines, which we already have. We've already built millions and millions and millions of them. And with the help of synthetic fuels, and of course the synthetic fuel is going to be better than trying to make fossils into something that it wasn't. So when you make a synthetic fuel, you can make it absolutely perfect for its application. And I know that at the Goodwood Festival...
In the supercar? Oh, there is a road-going Mustang you like, right?
There is a road-going Mustang, so it's going to be a best of three. Now, this is going to be really interesting because they're starting from different ends of the circuit, and such as as you can see, the world's fastest van coming through at the moment at incredible speed with hardly any sound. And there it is on your screen. We're going to see just how different the performance in these cars are. And that van... ran second at the Pikes Peak hill climb. And if you're not familiar with Pikes Peak, it's 14 miles of uphill tarmac in Colorado. And it's been for many, many years the ultimate test of motorcars, won by people like Ari Vartman, Bobby Unser, Sebastian Loeb, Rod Millen, and the world's fastest van last year. Lost by 7 seconds to an open wheel race car. So that gives you an idea of just the performance. So he's already caught the road going Mustang, and he's hot on the pursuit of the...
Look at it gap the Mustang on the pit straight. That is remarkable. Look at those. He's at the end of pit straight. The road Mustang's only just crossing the start-finish line. It's quite remarkable, the speed of that thing.
It is.
Broken lap records at a number of circuits in the last couple of weeks. Bathurst for the 12-hour, breaking records there as well. So really cool. Look. Rain in the supercar. This is driven by Blanchard Racing driver James Courtney, 2010 Supercars champion. James Courtney pretty much caught up now to James Courtney in the supercar. So where can Lawson find his way by? He is on the tail of the 2010 Supercars champion down into the hairpin. Liam Lawson had a few lockups down here in practice yesterday, but he's got it stopped nicely there. Here we go. Watch the acceleration. Watch the acceleration of the Transit. That is legitimate speed.
One electric motor for each wheel. Four-wheel drive, the simplest way to do it in an electric vehicle. And a stroke of marketing genius from Ford. I mean, you know, when this started, a Transit was a pretty ho-hum kind of rig, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was so popular in Britain. It was loved all over the world, the idea of a super fast transit van. And here we have, you know, the modern day iteration of it with an electric vehicle, and sure, you can call it marketing, but then you go to Pikes Peak in a competitive event and you're running at the absolute pinnacle of performance cars from all over the world, heavily engineered for one purpose only, and it's right there at the top.
It certainly is. As we can see, the cars continue to fly around the race circuit. So Lawson gapping Courtney at a vast rate of knots.
Oh, the shame. Beaten by Van.
We should say, shouldn't we? We have to stress, it's not a standard Ford Transit that you go to the shops and buy.
Not.
It's you can see the rear wing on it, the aero at the back. I took a few photos of it. The aero, you could see through the side behind the windows. So look at that. How many seconds do you reckon that's gapped the Mustang in a lap? 3 or 4 at least.
I'd say so.
So Courtney swings it around, but it's in the acceleration particularly where this thing excels over the supercar. It's got aero for the vehicle it is, but it's in the acceleration where this thing is just in a league of its own. I think it's nearly 2,000 horsepower, so it just flies. So I believe that we have we had a chat with James Courtney earlier today. Jack caught up with him. The speed comparison, as you can see, is just finishing. So let's see what James had to say.
So it should be a bit of fun.
You've had a lot of success here at the Adelaide 500, winning many times. So many times I actually can't remember. But what's it like being here, first time at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, shortened version of the track? What do you think? And indeed the circuit.
Yeah, nearly caught me out coming into the coming in through the chicane. We carry so much speed through there in the supercar normally. Yeah, make sure he hasn't eaten anything. But yeah, it'll be a bit of fun. We're only going to do 4 laps, and I might do some doughies and try and scare him a bit.
Cool, mate. We look forward to that. Thanks for coming to the event this year.
No, thank you, Jacko. Thank you.
Mate, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thanks ever so much for that, guys. Of course, co-drivers for many years, those. Good mates, Jack Perkins and James Courtney. The other 2 cars have pulled into the pits, and the SuperVan has been left out there on the racetrack. And Liam Lawson is going to put on a bit of a show for you around the racetrack. Look at that. Four wheels producing a lot of smoke sideways. Oh, what car control. What car control. Red Bull Junior as he comes down pit straight. How cool is that? You don't see that very often. 4 tyres, all of them getting a lot of tyre smoke just from acceleration alone.
Aren't vans fun, Dan?
They are, particularly if they're a Ford SuperVan, I reckon. And Liam Lawson.
And I think the horsepower on this thing is rated at about 1100 or something in terms of horsepower, if you can.
I think it's north of that. I think it's comfortably north of that. It's just. Absolutely ludicrous the speed of this thing. As we say, we've seen it around the world. Make sure you days ago, but great to have it here as we see the course car heading out there on the track. We've got a brief pause in proceedings. I understand that Damon Hill has made his way to the Grand Marquis, so we'll listen to what he has to say with Charlie Barlow.
Racing in Formula 3 and did very well. He could race at the sharp end. He raced against a lot of guys who went on to Formula 1, Carlos Sainz, Daniel Kvyat, Giovinazzi, quite a few of them ended up, his guys he raced against, did very well and continued racing. But he just said, look, it's not him. He didn't feel the need to compete. So I was happy he found out that rather than, you know, made everyone go through all the process of trying to, you know, encourage him. I mean, you know, the karting thing, it's very difficult for parents because it costs a fortune. There's a huge sacrifice. And poor little Johnny or Jane, whoever it is, has got this responsibility of making this investment worthwhile. And so you can sometimes see parents getting a bit heated. Yes. And that's a lot of pressure on a young person. So, but the young guys who've been through that process, the Lando Norrises, the Alex Albons, they've come up through karting, and the Ollie Behrmans, you know, it's their life. They've just lived racing, and they seem to love it, and they've delivered on their investment. So they're very, very adept in every regard, because it's a bit like being a fighter pilot now in Formula One. You have to understand so much of the technicalities of the car and have an incredible presence of mind. It's not like it was in my day, where they patted you on the head and you left the garage and you went onto the grid, and then they never spoke to anyone for about an hour and a half after that. So the only thing we got on the radio was, can you come in and change the tyres now? You know, it was very limited, the communication in those days.
And just finally, talking about the current Formula One field, who impresses you? Who's your... Tell us who your favourite is. That's what I'm trying to say.
I can't pick anyone out particularly. I mean, obviously Lewis is stunning, and his career has been stellar, and what he has done in other regards as well has also been massively impressive, because he's stuck his neck out into some very deep water politically, and I think he's shown us all what can be done if you put your mind to it and you're prepared to say what you believe in. So he's admirable in that respect. But I think, you know, I have a kind of sneaking regard for Fernando Alonso, the old fox, who seems to outcun everyone, cunning, you know, as he is. And he's quite witty. So the great thing is there's all these different characters. There's no one thing. I kept trying to work out, if you're an aspiring racing driver, you think, well, who am I? Which one am I? Am I Alan Prost? Am I Nigel Mansell? Am I Keke Rosberg? You can't be any of those people. They are who they are, and you have to be yourself. And so that's the great thing, is there's no one way to skin this cat. You know, you just have to go out and give what you've got, and you'll be one of the players in the field. You know, and so we got a whole host of characters to choose from in Formula One, which is interesting.
It certainly makes good viewing on Drive to Survive, absolutely.
Yeah. Why do you think Drive to Survive is so successful?
Because
the guys take their shirts off. Is that why?
No. Keep them on. Sorry, girls. I only speak for myself. I want to see them in the car. But I think, obviously, there's producers that are making things interesting, which happens in all TV, but it's rivalry, isn't it? That's what ignites sport, and Drive Survive delivers it.
Have you had Gunther here? Is he coming up here?
He's in this afternoon.
Yeah, so you'll be able to get it all from the horse's mouth. Yeah. He needs his mouth washing out with a bar of soap, actually. Yeah, so have you got any soap here? But no, it is. That's what it is. I mean, we lived that as we were racing, but it was always behind closed doors. Yeah. And you come out and you see the press, and you kind of go, if you only knew what was going on in that room, you know, you'd have a fantastic story. But we couldn't say anything. But now it's all there for you to enjoy.
Enough said. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Damon Hill.
Thank you very much.
All righty. So, Damon.
You're very kind.
Thanks ever so much for that, Charlie. Down there in the lane with, in the Grand Marquis with Damon Hill. So motorbikes heading out there onto the racetrack at the moment. I am Dan McCarthy, and alongside me for this one, Nick's having a little bit of a break. So we've got motorcycle expert Danny Ahern alongside me. So you've got two Dans for the next 15 minutes. Great to have you here, mate. And a brilliant mix of bikes. 24 of them here this weekend.
Lucky to have the calibre of bikes and personnel. We've got plenty of Australian champions, world champions. We've got Chris Vermeulen, who's won at MotoGP level. He's on the Aprilia Grand Prix bike, 2013 vintage, and you won't even have to know what number's on his bike, but there he goes, 41 round the hairpin. But it's got the only sound out there, that lovely crackle. So yeah, very lucky. The oldest bike out, there's a couple of bikes behind Chris, number 26. That's one of our club members, Otto Muller. He's well into his 70s. That bike he bought brand new in 1976. TZ350. Raced it as a modern bike for many years, and then pulled it out of retirement and does a lot of historic racing now, and he's no slouch. So great to have Otto out there. So that's the oldest bike, 1976, 48 years old.
Yep.
I just saw Rob Phillips head back into the pit lane. He's on the Millage Yamaha 750 TZ. Once again, very, very special bike. And those that followed in the day, Bob Rosenthal used to campaign a very similar bike. Bob was going to be here, but unfortunately had a bit of a mishap at Eastern Creek a few weeks back testing a new bike. So I think he's at home sulking.
we do wish him a speedy recovery. He was very keen to be here this weekend, but unfortunately not able to do so. As you say, we've got some brilliant bikes, but the stars, Christopher Mullen, Kevin McGee, and we've also got Daryl Beattie out there.
There he is. He just went past the hairpin. He's on the CB 1100R. I've missed who he's riding around behind. But it's quite funny. Lots of these guys, you ask them when they're on a bike last, and they say, well, we hardly ever ride. And some of them might just do a bit of dirt bike stuff, like Christopher Mullen. So Chris said he hasn't been on a road bike for quite some time. You wouldn't know it the way they pedal around, though, would you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the car. Sorry, the bike. I'm going to do that quite a few times, right? That's the bike that is running on the synthetic fuels that we spoke about with Paddy Lowe and Damon Hill earlier on today. So the Zero company making the fossil fuels, founded by Paddy Lowe and supported by Damon Hill, and brilliant to have them here this weekend. And synthetic fuels is the way to go in the future. That is for certain. I mean, Paddy's put all of his engineering nous from Formula One into this and produced something that's, and here it is, isn't it on the screen? No.
That's him going past.
It is Daryl Beattie, yes. Very good to have that machine here. So that's one of the very first bikes to ever run on carbon neutral fuel.
That's Kevin McGee on screen.
So yeah, Kevin McGee, very good MotoGP or 500cc rider in his own right. He also took victory at that level back in the day. So brilliant to have Kevin here this weekend. He was so enthusiastic to come. Spoke to him on the phone several weeks ago. He's more than happy to be here this weekend. And it's great as well, you know, you've even attracted the likes of rally drivers in Alistair McRae out there.
Yeah, and he's been about it. He's just as excited as everyone else. He's just really been looking forward to it. And I know he enjoyed the old practice run yesterday. So, yeah, I think it's great how it's brought so many together. I mean, Kevin McGee on the bike he used to race. So good old Tom Dermody brought down 6 or 7 bikes from Queensland. Kevin slips into his old leathers of back then, so unlike a lot of us, his girth hasn't expanded. And I know yesterday he sort of had a bit of a crack at how he wished he'd adjusted his handlebars before he went out there, so you just realise how these guys know how to set their bikes up so they're most comfortable and can get the most out of it. Yeah, another bike of interest that we asked to put out on the circuit in the last minute is there's a little electric bike out there. Young Julia's on it, so that's a Zero electric bike, just to help, you know, promote what is out there. And anyone that's had a ride on an electric bike all say, like, it is so different. Acceleration is just sensational. But we all agree the no noise is a no-go zone as far as I'm concerned. It's not motorcycling, is it?
I think a lot of people would agree, motorsport fans anyway, in that realm. Of course, there is now a Moto Championship, isn't there, at world level with Moto E, as it's known, similar to Formula E in the open wheel side of things. So many vehicles out there on the track. Here is Alistair McRae on the orange bike, the SP1. Tell us a bit about this vehicle.
You caught me on a good one there, but that's there he is, popular little mono. That has won numerous championships. You know, Honda got it right with those SP1s. From my memory, I think they did pretty well at the Isle of Man with those bikes as well. So as can be seen in the marquee, the spread of bikes from early model TZs. To the later ones, the 500 two-strokes, there's an RG 500 in there. That whole spread of bike. Dave Johnson was going to be here on his TZ, but he's got his old man Murray to ride the bike. Dave got dragged off to Spain to do some testing on his Kawasaki that he'll be racing at the Isle of Man in, I forget what the countdown is, 64 days, 65 days?
It's not that far away now, is it?
No, so I'll be over there giving a hand, so I'm quite excited at the prospect.
Yeah.
Another bike out there, must give a mention, is a 888 Ducati. Mick Miles is on that, and he's a stalwart in the Ducati Owners Club and member of the historic club. That's him coming into the hairpin now. He's on screen. So I know he's thrilled to be able to get a ride around here amongst his peers. Everyone's been just really excited. I hope the crowd enjoys what's out. And the fact that these guys are happy to give their time.
I have to say, a lot of people are here for the Formula One. People have come down here this weekend. As you see, 1, 2, 3, 4 bikes fly around the final corner. And the second bike on the screen there, that is Kevin McGee riding the former... Kevin McGee, Christopher Mullen. I knew who I meant.
On the Aprilia.
I didn't say the right name, I knew who I meant. That bike ridden by Alicia Spargrove back in 2013, and Alicia doing great things on Aprilias at the moment, isn't he? Really taking it up to the Ducatis and the like at the top of MotoGP at the moment, and probably didn't have the GP that he was after. Had a great sprint race, fighting at round 1 in Qatar. Not quite so strong on the Sunday, but Aprilia and Alicia Spargrove really doing well at MotoGP level at the moment. Of course, started off in Aprilia, moved away, and then came back to Aprilia as Alicia Spargrove. So much history out there on the track at the moment. There's even a number 27 bike, so I assume that is the Casey Stoner Ducati, or is it a replica?
Well, the one that's out, I think there's two 27s when we look properly. Paul Walkley's out on an RC45, and I think he's got a number 27 on there. But the 27 in Ducati livery is none other than Andre Bosman. He's on a Casey Stoner Desmo Desici replica. They did 1,500 to celebrate Casey winning the World Championship. That's about, I think, 1,015 on the little plaque of 1,500 built. And not that we can hear in here in our soundproof booth, but I would say that people watching would get a definite feel for how that bike sounds. So that's a good thing.
There's not just MotoGP history though, is there? I mean, Alistair McRae, who we saw on the screen earlier on, he's got a World Superbike Championship Honda. You spoke about it, but Colin Edwards, who was a real legend not only in America but around the world for what he could do on bikes, particularly in World Superbikes. So pretty cool to have a Colin Edwards bike here.
And a hell of a nice guy. Yeah, I can remember. I can remember being at Phillip Island for the Island Classic, and they had his bike there doing testing the day we lobbed up, and we were in the garage next to their garage and got talking to the mechanics. And I always remember how we were just asking about the motors, and back in that day, they were running the same motor all year, whereas as much as I love Ducatis, I think they used to change their motors during every event. So the Hondas have always had that great reliability and sustainability.
There's always been a fight, hasn't there, between the European marks in motorbike racing and the Japanese marks in motorcycle racing. For years it was Honda and Yamaha that dominated in world motorcycle racing, but at the moment it's a bit of a European affair with Ducati, and even KTM coming on strong, the Austrian manufacturer as well, with Brad Binder.
That's right, absolutely. But it's always, it's like anything, you sort of get the flavour of the month and who's doing what and who's not. And I mean, I love listening to stories with JB about, you know, what goes on and what doesn't. And obviously he had a huge amount of work that he did with various manufacturers, you know, working with Doohan and Rossi and the like. But you know, it's a bit like you see in any racing. You sort of if you pick the right machine, you got a chance of being up the front, because there's always a favourite. Yep.
Absolutely. So bikes have all come in now. So thanks ever so much, Danny, for joining us for that session. You'll be back later on today as well for the bike session this afternoon. So thanks ever so much, Danny.
No worries. Good on you. Thanks.
And Nick will be joining me once again in a few moments' time. We can see 1996 F1 champ Damon Hill signing some autographs, not only little memorabilia, but also hats as well. So lots of signing, photos as well. He's really embracing the event, is Damon, and as he chatted earlier on, he's so happy to back in Adelaide, as he says, really bringing back memories, not only for he, but for Paddy Lowe as well. As the Porsche machines head out onto the circuit. You may remember they were out here earlier on, so this is the second Porsche RENNSPORT session of the day. Every single category has 2 sessions here each day, apart from Formula 1. They have 3. We had to give Formula 1s an extra session, didn't we? Why wouldn't we? So they've got 3 sessions. Every other category has got 2. And Porsche RENNSPORT, luckily for them, have got both of their sessions on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream. You can live stream on speedcafe.com through their social media channels, YouTube or Facebook. And you can also catch the live stream on the Repco socials. You can catch it on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival socials, or the Sky Sports social media channels, YouTube and Facebook as well. And you can hear that Nick Lenthal has joined me once again in the box. Nick, look at these shots. Look at the car park. It is packed to the rafters.
It is. And I've just been out checking out the assortment of food available, and in amongst the 100 Mazda rotaries that are parked to our right. And beautiful selection of rotors they are. As we cars take off. So the Porsche Racing History cars joining us now, and I think that's Matthew Sims again.
to 2 lanes in both directions, so there's certainly a bit of room to play with down at that hairpin. But on screen at the moment we're looking at a GT3 RS heading out of the final turn. So many vehicles we've seen already on the live stream. We've seen the invitational categories, NASCARs, Le Mans style prototypes, and everything in between in that category. We've seen Tipo F1 from Formula 3000s to Formula Holden, and even Formula 3 cars as well. Then we moved on to GT style, GT3 and GT4 cars. Formula 1s, weren't they popular? And then of course we had the speed comparison with the SuperVan. I mean, we're just going from one thing to another really, aren't we? We've had Formula 1, we've had the SuperVan, we've had Bathurst winning cars, and now we have a brilliant collection of Porsche machines.
Many, many decades of motorsport covered in that group that you just mentioned, Dan. As we watch Bernie Stack running around in the Kermit Green car. But yeah, we have a huge diversity of machinery here this weekend, and the crowd loving it. Matthew Sims just ahead of not Bernie Stack, but a much later Kermit Green Porsche. And yeah, Matthew Sims, who last year taking times, he really had a red hot go, and this year I think he's equally enjoying himself as he just taps the curbs through this the centre chicane down into the hairpin, which we mentioned earlier is very, very tight because it's actually the opposite direction to what the GP circuit went. They would have just followed the road left. These guys have to brake very hard and turn a very hard right. So we watch the 944 there.
There's a couple of 944s, isn't there, out there? So
that would be Andrew Jackman in the blue car.
Yes.
Nick Strakheisen is the other 944 in the red car. But Andrew's, yeah, just kissing the curbs there. But as I mentioned, that's a very, very tight corner. Almost handbrake territory.
I've commentated Jackman racing 944s over in Victoria in the state championship. So
yep.
Nice to have him here this weekend. Good steerer, always towards the pointy end of the field. Is Jackman, so great to see him here this weekend and really pedalling that 944 around at speed. Strakheisen 944 looks very different compared to that one, that's for certain. The rounds, he's still got the Adelaide rally stickers.
It's too earlier in tarmac rallies. He was a big fan of this combination. But yeah, Nick has other competition cars, including an R35 GTR, and he loves this car. I mean, they're a particularly well balanced car to drive. I think you know, if you don't fancy yourself as a real hero, they're a very balanced, forgiving sort of car. Sweet, what is happening?
A three-wide move. That was all set up for a couple of corners before, but a good move from Steer. But here comes Stack back around the outside. We're calling this like a actual motor race as they head down towards turn number one.
Well, if they're going to do it like a motor race, we might as well call it like a motor race.
So he holds on down into turn number one, so took the position back on the exit of the corner, did Stack. Nicely done. And Steer's not going to like that. He's going to want to retaliate, but it looks like Ormsby's now on the tail. In fact, he's fired up the inside down into the Wakefield hairpin. So plenty of action on the racetrack. It almost was a bit like a motor race there. Lots of overtaking, lots of passing, lots of different Porsches. Very exciting.
Bernie Stack, of course, a real hardcore veteran of the sport. Raced everything from a big V8 Camaro to Porsches and tarmac rallying with Mark. And even raced a VW Passat at Bathurst in 1974, would you believe?
There you go. There you go.
I'm dating him a bit, aren't I? Sorry, Bernie. Didn't mean to do that. But Aaron Steer, hot on the tail of Bernie's car.
Bernie in recent years has raced Porsches in Touring Car Masters and the like as well. So he loves to race his Porsches anywhere and anything. He's an avid Porsche fan, that is for certain. And he's managing to keep the pretty modern in comparison pink Porsche of Aaron Steer, the 2004 Porsche GT3 RG. At bay, although he's having to negotiate traffic. So
Club Zagami, and I to a mate of mine, Jordan Ormsby, but I actually saw his car running around there, mate, and I'm trying to work out why you weren't in it, mate. Tell us about that.
Well, I'm fortunate to have a couple of sons working my business, and my youngest son has raced go-karts for years, and he works tirelessly for me, and I thought, you know what, it's a time to step him up and put him into one of my cars and let him have a run, and he's doing a wonderful job. Like, he was told, just be sensible, keep it off the fence, and just have some fun, and so far so good.
And looking at him come in, and I think he's ticked all those boxes, George. Hey, you're a long-time supporter of this event. You're an Adelaide boy. It's a really cool event. Up here, Club Zagami, great spot as well. Tell us about your role in the event and how you've been involved for many years.
Well, last year was actually the first time I ran in the event in one of my cars, which I hadn't run the cars for over 10 years, and I had the best 3 days last year. And I said to Tim and his team, mate, next year when you need golf carts, whatever you need, they're on supply from me, and as many as you want. So we did a few entries, so I thought I'll bring all my cars out and we're going to run them. So it's just a wonderful event for Adelaide.
Now, you're running a couple of cars yourself. You're running the Porsche, and your first time in a Formula 3. Tell us about the Formula 3.
Yeah, I sort of got a bit bored over Christmas, and a car came up for sale, and it was a car that was driven by a fellow that Ford with 25 years ago, and being willpower. So I thought, you know what, I've always wanted one, so I went and bought it, and we've just got it ready. I drove it for the first time yesterday, and it was like nothing had changed from 25 years ago. So yeah, we're running that Formula 3. We're running an old GT3 RS, which raced at Le Mans back in 02 and 03, and I brought that in from Belgium years and years ago. And then the Cup Australian GT. So a few really cool old cars.
Correct me if I'm wrong, do you race Formula Ford against Willpower?
I did race Formula Ford against Willpower. Yeah, there's a few of them back then I raced Formula Ford against. Yeah, it was good.
So it's good to jump back in the car, mate. We'll let you get going. I don't think you're on the alcoholic beverages up here. You got your reset on, so you're back out on track. But great supporter of the event. If anyone's golf buggy does break down, don't ring Jordan.
Yeah, ring one of my boys.
But no, thanks, mate. All the best this weekend.
Thank you, Jack. Good,
mate. Really good chat down there. Thanks ever so much, Jack, for that.
Repeatable. You buy something that is a rare, iconic number or part of South Australia's history, and they've been doing this for over 30 years. So at 1:45 in the Grand Marquis, they're going to have an auction of 4 plates. It'll be directly after Damon Hill, and sure Charlie Barlow will be down there having a good look at that. She'll probably be bidding on something for us, I guess, Dan. You know, I'm not sure what she'd choose, but as long as it hasn't got my age on it, it's all right. So, yeah, the numeric plate auction. Also, one of the other things that you can do while you're down in that area is try your luck in the Repco Pit Stop Challenge and see if you can refuel a car, change a wheel and pull the air spike quicker than anybody else. But right now, what is happening is we're seeing a new selection of cars coming out onto the track, and these are very close to my heart. These are the rally cars. So a great selection of rally cars, old and new. There's even some Group B cars, which are very, very rare. And I mean, not only are they rare, but to see someone out and drive them in anger is even more rare. So we're just about to get a taste of that. You can see from the drone that they're just cruising around. They're just getting used to the temperature and situation, making sure all the gauges are in the right spot. They're going to sit down on the form-up grid and probably drive in a very gentlemanly way away from the starting grid, because this is not a race, is it? So yeah, just watching the parklands there. Once again, just mentioning our naming rights sponsor, Repco. Not only at the heart of Australian motorsport with their involvement in the V8 Supercars Championship, but Repco were actually at the heart of the Australian vehicle manufacturing scene right from the start, 1948, when they made components for the first Holdens, the 1948, or sometimes called FX Holden. And now you're more likely to touch Repco through their 400 stores nationally that employ 4,000 people. So they have a wonderful motorsport history and a wonderful with Australian vehicle manufacturing. As we watch one of the Toyotas, I think that's the Valvoline. I can't quite make out the signage on there.
This is your bread and butter, Nick. This absolutely is one category that you've been looking for. More than any other, and it's not disappointed in terms of the variety of vehicles that we have there. The Escort flinging it sideways down here at the recent years. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing team led by Neil Bates and his 2 sons doing a magnificent job in the Rally Championship. And yeah, so Neil is out there along with his son and a couple of other of his workmates as well. A really great affair and so many thrills.
And there was a sight for sore eyes down the Lancia 037 rally belonging to Jerry DeVeston. We had a chat with Jerry yesterday. A Lancia 037 was a car that was loosely based on the Lancia Monte Carlo. There is only one way to drive a Ford Escort, and that's sideways. So the Lancia 037 differed because they turned the engine around. Instead of it being transverse in the car, they put it longitudinally so they could use their double wishbone suspension. And it was a supercharged, there we are with it on the screen, being chased by a Mercedes. It was a supercharged 2-litre car. Wheel drive, which bucked the trend at the time because other manufacturers were building 4-wheel drive cars, and Lancia went on to win the World Rally Championship. I think it might have been Walter Röhrl driving, and Marco Allen also had a great time in that car. You can see Bruce Field there in the Mercedes 280. This is the car that his mum used to drive him to school in when he was a boy, and I think his sister drove it for a while after that. And had a bit of a gap here of sort of a decade, and then Bruce decided that that would make a really good rally car. So he fitted it all up for gravel events and has driven the living daylights out of it ever since. Jack Monkhouse, the crowd pleaser, the entertainer on our screen.
He certainly has done that already.
Jumping Jack is a very, very talented driver. Has at the pointy end of the Australian Rally Championship, not in that car. That is his classic car. He actually, his second rally car in the early 90s was a 180D Triple S, not that car, but it was a car for all intents and purposes the same as what you see. That's Mike Lowe in the Fiat Abarth Radiale 1000. To the prepared by Abarth for racing in Europe, and they just won everything. I think in one series out of 53 start in the World Rally Championship with that car on board.
I was going to say that the longevity of the Escort in rallying was quite remarkable. The decades that it spanned. Oh, there's some engine failure or something down the end of the straight. Oh, the red Stratos. Oh dearie me, that's definitely smoke coming from the exhaust. That has
what a pity.
That has let go on the main straight. Not the first car I've seen come to rest down there. There's an Aussie muscle car earlier that came. Bruce Field throwing it sideways, a really late addition to the rally category, but he's certainly taking advantage of being here this weekend, throwing the Mercedes. I didn't think you could throw a Mercedes of that vintage sideways like that, but there you go.
Not really very gentlemanlike, is it, for
No,
Mercedes
no, exactly.
to back it into a corner? But that's never waste a crowd, Bruce. Bruce has achieved some very, very good results in that car. He's won. Classes in events, but not only that, he's placed
gone again.
right up
gone again
in the outright placings.
There he is on the
as
live
the
stream.
escort goes round and round and round.
Oh, I just saw that again, right in front of ours. He again just lit it up a little bit too early, and around she went. So they're putting on a good show, aren't they? The rally drives. This is their first session here today. They've had to wait a bit of a long time. I think every other category has already been out there. Category has been out there twice, including Porsche RENNSPORT. The rally guys having to wait a little bit longer for their first session, and they will be on again at the end of the live stream. We might just catch the start of the rally session. We will have to see. So that is 4 o'clock on in recent years.
And you got to throw into that Coral Taylor.
Absolutely.
Because who wins a championship with a co-driver, and then they go and co-drive for your son?
And win a championship, a national championship with your son as well. It's. I think
that's a pretty rare stat. Yeah. So Coral Taylor, one of the instigators of the Australian Rally Hall of Fame, and was lucky enough to go there a few years back for their annual induction dinner, where they induct new people into the Hall of Fame, and the guest speaker was Ari Vartman. And so they say you should never meet your heroes.
And it's going for
but
29,000.
That's not true, because what a guy.
At 29,000,
really approachable, very friendly,
from online
and
or in the room,
autographed all night. Told some great stories, Pikes Peak being one of the best of them. Of course, that very, very famous in-car film of Pikes Peak, Ari Vartman and the Peugeot, called Climb Dance, and that has become famous globally, that footage. We're looking at the Grand Marquis right now, and that's the auction.
Yeah, it is. That's Oren there doing the auction. It looks like it's underway, judging by the hand gestures. Does that not to you? I think there's an auction very much underway. Going once, going twice, sold.
And let's hope they don't have a camera in this room, because they might think we were bidding. But yeah, I mean, who knows what sort of money those plates are going to fetch, because they are very sought after. People want to have... it's like having the address number 1 Sydney Harbour. They're very, very sought after. And Oren Klemic, local real estate identity, doing a great job there.
Absolutely, and we can see on the left-hand side live drone footage of the glorious Adelaide CBD. We've got to thank the South Australian government for bringing this event back under the Labor Malinowskis government. Without them, this would not be possible. He made it an election promise. He was going to bring back the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. He rang Tim Possingham, the event director, personally, gave him a... And yes, said, I promise you, Tim, your event will come back if I'm elected. And he very much delivered on that when he was elected into power a couple of years ago, and he brought back the 500 as well. He's not just done that, but he's supported the local car clubs as well. The generosity has not just gone to the top level of Australian motor. But also to the grassroots at state level as well. And it's been incredible. He understands what motorsport means to this city and this state. and he's really taken it on board. I mean, there was such an outcry, wasn't there, when the Adelaide 500 and the Adelaide Motorsport Festival were cancelled? Such an outcry.
There was. And the really interesting thing is that you have a politician who goes to the election and one of campaign, chief points is I'm bringing back the Motorsport Festival and I'm bringing back the Adelaide 500. Now, it speaks volumes for the population of South Australia and what a bunch of petrol heads we are, that that is a key point in voting in a government. And so that's what happened, and we now have Peter Malinauskas. As we see a very sad Lancia Stratos replica, and that would have been a Ferrari 308 quad cam V8.
Looking at your schedule, I think we're running a little bit behind now, but 15 machine out there. So a real shame for Trent Brand. 74 Stratos. Lots of history in that thing, but unfortunately coming to a halt. Great drone footage showing the overhead shots of the car going back onto the truck. But yeah, down in the Grand Marquis at the moment, we've got the auction. What's up next in Grand Marquis? Drive to Survive chat with Liam Lawson. So Liam's off the track and he's going to be down in the Grand Marquis to have an interview with Charlie Barlow. That's scheduled to take place at 2:15, so 8 minutes time. If you want to hear what Liam Lawson has to say, go down to the Grand Marquis now. 8 minutes time, as we say. The auction will be filling up at the moment.
And there's a bit of an irony there, Dan, because you reckon that Liam Lawson's going to talk about Drive to Survive, and he's followed by Gunther Steiner, and I think his book was called Survive to Drive.
Because he's an icon from that very show, Drive to Survive, absolutely. Yep. Real star is Gunther, just for his personality, the way he talks. He's a bit of old school. Old school communicator is Gunther, and
calls a spade.
Exactly.
And
but a really nice guy as well. Really. Guy as well, so as we say, a bit more old school in that sense, and loved not only by people in this country but around the world. And there was a bit of uproar when he was let go by Haas a couple of months ago, but brilliant to have the former Haas F1 team principal down here in Adelaide. And Crofty will be making an appearance this time tomorrow. He'll be around in the Grand Marquis doing interviews himself. And David Croft never before been to Adelaide, and he's very much looking forward to that. And he's got a event at the Arkabar Hotel.
Lancia Stratos that you saw on the tilt tray, by the way, was a replica, and the other one that was going around in the Alitalia livery was one of Jerry's cars, and that is the real deal. So that was a 2.5 litre Ferrari V6. The one that just had a little mechanical misfortune was a 308 Ferrari V8. And of course, Lancia Stratos, very much a part of the modern replica car build these days. There's a number of organisations that will build you a brand new replica of a Stratos. You can choose your engines. Probably an Alfa Romeo 2.5 or 3 litre V6 would be a good choice, all alloy. But yeah, there are a number of organisations doing that kind of work now. As we see Heritage Touring Cars, I believe.
You are correct there, Nick. Yes, Heritage Touring Cars heading out onto the racetrack for their second session of the day. They were just at the end, just their session was finishing when the live stream started. If you missed the start of the live stream, yes, this is the Heritage Touring Cars Group C and Group A era touring cars out on the circuit, weaving left and right, warming up the tyres. They're getting ready for a race by the looks of it. Weaving left and right on the start-finish straight, trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible. They don't want to launch into turn number 1 with no tyre temperature and spear off the racetrack. You can only make yourself look a fool on lap 1.
As Jim Richards would say, you can't win it on lap 1, but you sure can lose it. So, good era this.
Very good era.
And look, there's people you'll meet who they either were fans of the Group A era or they lamented that, you know, V8s and Holden and Ford were the thing. And a lot of people enjoyed the fact that all the new manufacturers came on board, and we were looking at cars that were raced in Europe, and we seemed to be more aligned with what was going on in the rest of the world.
That's right.
BMW, the Nissans, of course, the Ford Sierras. It was a real good era, and I guess I say that because my son was growing up at that time and, you know, having his first interest in motorsport, and he loved it. Like Sierras for him were just the go-to car. And they were a bit of a crazy car, a Cosworth Sierra. They apparently sort of doubled their horsepower like a light switch when you press the throttle. They were sort of all or nothing.
When the turbo came in, the turbo well and truly comes in a Ford Sierra, absolutely. But you mentioned Ford Sierras, of course, and the world stage. World Touring Cars came to Bathurst in 1987. They came to play the Schnitzer Sierras, causing the International Sierras causing a lot of controversy that year. And several months down the line, what happened? But Peter Brock has inherited the victory on that day, and what was a wild day at the mountain. That is for sure one of the very best 1000s. But yes, after several weeks, it was decided that those two Sierras from Europe would be disqualified, and that Peter Brock, in what would eventually be his final Bathurst 1000 victory, his 9th and final victory at the mountain. So much history in touring car racing, and that was the first year, 1987, when the Chase was introduced. It was introduced because the World Touring Cars came down under, so pretty cool piece of history.
So you've got to make sure that the fuel in your drums meets the regulations, because otherwise you might come unstuck after the event. And if you're running a turbocharged car that's being pushed to the max, why wouldn't you want some really good fuel? So that's the Alan Grice Tirana hatchback. Would be an A9X. Just going around with the Craven Mild livery. Some real good liveries coming back. We can also, you can't see it on screen yet, but there is also the JPS Black BMW Coupe, the 635. And as we said, really, really good days. There's one of the Sierras, Sierra Turbo. Now, who was that? I don't know whose car that would have been back in the day. But it's a good example there. These cars, of course, highly stressed, and it was not unusual for the Sierra to do a head gasket early in a race, because just so much boost going into them and stressing those engines, which were a 2-litre car. In fact, the Ford Sierra in England early on was really referred to as a reps car. It was a pretty everyday driver kind of thing, and then Cosworth got hold of it and turned it into this fire-breathing monster. You can see on screen now the Mark I bubble-arched Escort of Josh Axford, a local guy, South Australian. Went to Phillip Island for the classic meeting last weekend and won 5 out of 5. You can't do any better than that. That's a 1600 BDA engine. Josh does all the preparation on it himself. The car is faultlessly prepared and immaculately presented. And he just keeps doing this. I have seen him win and win and win in that car, and which gives me a warm feeling because it's an Escort, but also there's nothing like the sound of a BDA at full noise. We've got a Tirana here that's decided enough is enough.
That's the Graham Wincup Tirana coming to a halt. That is the father of Jamie Wincup.
Yep, and that's a Harrop Wincup combination. That would have been pretty good. With a one of the Benson and Hedges BMWs just coming into view. What a successful car they were. I think Tony Longhurst, one of the punters of those at the time.
That's actually a Longhurst Benson and Hedges car alongside Johnny Chicotto. They finished 4th at the Bathurst 1000 in 1992, the legendary race with Jim Richards, and of course that car is here this weekend. It looks like the cars are coming, heading around slowly, the recovery vehicle out there. Unlike all the other cars that have come to a halt on the racetrack so far today, Graham Wincup unfortunately not able to get it off the racetrack, so cars have come to pretty much a halt, tootling around there at the moment. Just while we quickly tow Graham Wincup off the circuit.
And he's very conveniently parked next to the Adelaide South Australia start-finish line, so the tourism board will be very, very happy about that. got their promotional media well organised for that one.
Two legendary drivers at the helm of this car back in the day, Bob Jane and John Harvey, finished 4th in the 75 Bathurst 1000. So this car, built in 74, finished 4th in the great race the following year. It's been completely restored back to its original racing condition by Graham Wincup and Ron Harrop. So yeah, that's brilliant. And look, the Ford SuperVan has made its way down to the Grand Marquis, and that means, and we can see Charlie Barlow setting up the chairs for herself, and Liam Lawson will be joining her in a matter of seconds to talk all things Formula One at the moment. He is a man in the spotlight. So many people, particularly after what Ollie Behrman did in Saudi Arabia last weekend, stepping in and getting points on debut for Ferrari, replacing the very unwell Carlos Sainz. Yeah, everyone is saying those two drivers, Liam Lawson and Ollie Behrman, need to be given a Formula One seat next year at the very, very latest. So fingers crossed both of those drivers are on the grid. We can just see the car being towed off the race circuit. I believe Jack Perkins is down there, and I think he's got a familiar face.
Well, Gunther Steiner, fantastic to have you here in Adelaide. Tell me, you're about to go for a hot lap experience with an old Jaguar test driver in James Courtney. How are you feeling ahead of that one?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. It's a fantastic event here, and it's very nice to be here. Yeah, it's some of the things when I was asked a few weeks ago to come here, I said, yes, I'm coming. And then I said, oh, are you okay to go in with James? And I said, yeah, sure. I mean, I haven't seen James for a long time. I mean, he was the test driver and development driver at Jaguar in the early 2000s. And then obviously he came back here to win championships here. So it's really look forward to it.
What do you know about the Adelaide Motorsport Festival? You enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic to see that there is so many fans here in this city which love what is put on the table for them, you know. And the weather, it's a little bit hot, but it's better hot than cold and rainy. So it's very good atmosphere here. The people, they love it. And when I see people which love what they see, I enjoy myself as well.
This year, they're giving you the microphone in Formula One. You're going to be doing this sort of stuff. How are you feeling like that?
I will never be as good as you, you know. So, I'm feeling good about it. I did a race for the German TV in Bahrain. You know, it's something seeing out to the other side. It's a new experience, and, why not?
We hope James Courtney doesn't scare you too much, mate. When we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Awesome to have Gunther here, and I agree. Yeah, Jack does do quite a good job at what he does, doesn't he, down there in the lane? But yeah, Gunther, very impressed with what he has seen here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival so far. And why wouldn't he be? I mean, look at the amount of fans that are here, as he says. They've come out in their droves here today. That is for certain. Under these sunny blue skies. We'll talk a bit more about the history of James Courtney and Gunther. Gunther was at the Jaguar team back in those, Gunther was at the Formula 1 team at the same time James Courtney was testing for Jaguar in Formula 1. Many people have forgotten that James Courtney was a very, very good Formula 1 test driver back in the day, and testing for Jaguar. But then, after a couple of incidents, decided to return to Australia, and the rest, they say, is history. In the mid-noughties, came back and has gone on to do very, very, very good things in the Supercars Championship, winning the championship in 2010, and he's still as competitive as ever with now the Blanchard Racing Team this year. As we see, the Graham Whincup car, unfortunately, has not been able to be towed away. It's going to have to go on the flatbed. Jack Perkins is, not Jack Perkins, Charlie Barlow is chatting to Liam Lawson. He has arrived. So while there's a break in proceedings, we'll go down and see what Liam has to say about the event so far.
There was obviously a lot going on, but it was an incredible experience, obviously, to do my first race. The main target was just not to crash the car, honestly, the way the conditions were, and to basically get through, because I knew that there was potential I'd be doing Monza the week after, so we wanted to use it as like a test session, and thankfully we got through the race.
Well done. Hands together. Under duress, everyone. There's no way if I could absolutely do that. But sorry to embarrass you straight off the bat. Like, that was pretty mean, wasn't it?
I don't even know how you know that.
I have my spies. Anyway, let's talk about the rise, because, none of this comes easy. Absolutely not. And I feel like I'm so privileged because I've had a bit of a front row seat to fellow Kiwi drivers like Matthew Payne. And, I actually had a chat to Ronan Murphy yesterday as well, and Ryan Wood has obviously just graduated from Super 2 through to Supercars, where that's my world, and they're your mates. You grew up with them, and funny enough, quick story, I ended up on a road trip from Auckland to Taupo with Matt Payne. He was my Uber driver because our flight got cancelled. And we're driving around, and Matt Payne, if anyone knows who he is, he's very tall, very lanky, and everyone calls him Clifford the Big Red Dog because he's a lovely man, lovely boy, I should say. He's 21.
He's a man.
He's a man, yeah. But look, it's quite a surprise that he's allowed to walk around unsupervised. Because he's just a little bit, he's so nice and so lovely, but he's just...
He's all over the place.
Yeah. I was trying to be polite. But the reason why I say it is because we were driving around, Auckland, and he said, it's so crazy coming back here. This is my hometown. He's obviously back there all the time, but what goes through his mind when he's going through his hometown is those times when, there might have been people that was telling him that he was dreaming too big. And people that were saying, you'll never make it. What are you talking about? And he mentioned yourself as well, that, there were people back in the day that just didn't believe in you. But it's now nice, as Matthew said, to come back and go, you know what? I never listened to that, and I made it on my own terms. So how do you feel about that?
I grew up with Matthew, so we went to preschool together, so I've known him since I was like 2-3 years old, and he's kind of the reason I got into go-kart racing, because my family didn't come from a racing background, so I went and watched him do his first go-kart race at like 6 years old, and that was when I knew that I had to do this, and so we basically grew up go-kart racing together, and obviously it's hard to make it in motorsport, especially from New Zealand, so it's something we both dealt with a lot growing up. Is obviously it's not ideal, but obviously quite a lot of negativity around trying to go big and things like that, and yeah, I'm sure he had probably had it a lot as well growing up, but I guess when you're set on something you don't really care what people say, so it's pretty cool. He's obviously now in supercars. I was watching his race in Adelaide, obviously here last year. I was in Abu Dhabi in a hotel room watching it, so it was obviously cool to see him, and I'm excited to see how he goes this year as well.
And yourself, with your own mindset, to get to Formula One, it is the pinnacle Like, how do you keep yourself just going and going and going when, yeah, you've had massive success like we see last year, and then this year it's obviously a different story for you?
It's different. Obviously, I always imagine what it would be like to be in Formula One, and now obviously I know what it's like because I've driven. So maybe it makes it harder. Obviously, I want to be in there full time, so working towards that. But I think just knowing how rare the opportunity is, knowing how big it is. Obviously, maybe it's frustrating at times, but I guess I have to remind myself that.
So we're going to have Gunther coming up very shortly, but I want to hear from you the behind the scenes of Formula One. Who's maybe not as nice as we might think they are?
I think people would probably be surprised who is more nice than they think.
Nicely done.
I'm going to do that rather than the negative. Max Verstappen is actually away from the car, a very, very nice guy, and a really genuine person. Obviously, he's very committed and competitive when he's driving. But away from that, he's really nice. So when I first stepped in Zandvoort, he was really nice, really open to talk and sort of...
What do you enjoy? You know, obviously, motorsport is a massive part of your life, but how do you unwind from it? How do you kick back and just, yeah, relax?
I play guitar since I was a kid, so I basically play guitar sometimes. Pretty generic stuff. I do, like, a little bit of gaming as well. I've just started a YouTube channel as well, so now I'm trying to become a YouTuber.
Plug it. What's your handle? Tell everyone.
Oh, it's Liam Lawson.
Liam Lawson, YouTube. Perfect.
Give me a subscribe on YouTube, thank you. Yeah, other than that, I'd say probably spend most... Honestly, playing guitar, like jamming out with friends, especially when I come home.
That's fantastic. And we need to talk about Drive to Survive because you are in the current season that is rolled out. And Drive to Survive, how has that changed your life? If you feel like you can't walk down the street now?
I think... And then you just leave, and sometimes you forget it's on you, and you don't know who else is mic'd up, and it's, yeah, it can be a bit sketchy sometimes. So, but obviously they do a good job at sort of showing what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, you were saying yesterday at the street party, sometimes you completely forget that someone else could be, having a microphone on them, and you might have that moment where you're like, oh God, what did I say?
You don't see like the camera guys either. They're just, sometimes you look around and some dude's hidden in the bush with his camera and he's just like looking at you and you don't know he's there. So, yeah, sometimes it's not ideal.
Fair enough. Well, Liam is going to stay for a signing session. I know it was a very quick Q&A, but we've got the queue over to the side there. If you haven't already queued up, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. It's very limited. It's 50 people. I wouldn't bother queuing up now. The boy that is walking towards there. I'm so sorry. No, we've got it limited to 50 people. The line is cut, but Liam will be back tomorrow as well. We thank you all for listening and enduring this heat. It's extremely hot.
If that dude, hey, if you're looking for a signature, you can come. we can do it. We can do it now. Yeah.
Perfect.
That just shows the kind of guy that Liam Lawson is. A really genuine, nice guy. Saw that little kid, wanted to join the line, and Liam says, come up, buddy. That is really, really heartwarming to see. That's just, yeah, Liam, really nice guy. I had a very brief chat to him yesterday. He's really happy to be here and really looking forward to driving. Vehicles that he is. He is possibly the busiest man here. He's in 3 different categories. He's out on the track almost every minute. And if he's not on the track, he's in the Grand Marquis with Charlie Barlow.
So right. And yeah, it was a lovely gesture of Liam's to say, no, I can do that. That's okay. I can handle that. And look, probably the king of that, the guy who really started that whole thing, that the fans are the most important thing, was Peter Brock.
Major lock-up off the track at the final corner right in front of us, and now he's spun going back on. Oh, and there's a moment further back as well, one of the HSV cars getting all crossed up over the curb. It's all happening in front of the commentary box. Got a brilliant view from where we are.
We got a little bit too good a view there, Dan. Yes. I thought he was going to join us in the commentary box for a minute. Watched that taking place because I was wondering which way to run. But yeah, Peter Brock, you know, always got time for the fans.
Lots of weird and wild things out there on the circuit. They're pushing 110% in this session. It's Andrew O'Connell in the AU Falcon that's come to a stop in the Castrol, as I say, Tony Longhurst car. We're looking here at the Mark Scaife machine. There's Lawson continuing to get through that very long line of autographs, photos that he is taking, but really great to see him giving so much time to the fans here this weekend. And he's very much looking forward to the Grand Prix. Oh, big slide behind as well. That was the 1995 Holden VS Commodore, driven by Troy Kelly. And here comes the ex-Bernard car, Chris Murden at the wheel of this one. Chris Murden's also brought a 1996 British touring car.
He has, Peugeot 406. Yeah, Chris, a very seasoned racer in South Australia. And I actually know a lot of the guys who crewed for him back in the day. They're all still good mates, so it must have been a really good camaraderie back there.
Yeah, you say, you know, he's been around for so many years. He was involved and taken part in the very first Adelaide 500 way back in 1999, so he still continues to drive in Fiat touring cars and Super 3 and the like, those lower tier supercar categories, just for a bit of fun, and that's why he's here out there this weekend. Once again, he was here last year, and I'm sure he will be here for years to come. With the Richard Wills car once again, not quite firing out the corner as quick as you'd expect, and Spurden will have to take evasive action on pit straight. Here's the 1995 EL Falcon that we saw just before have a bit of a Larry moment. That's the ex-Kevin Waldock Komatsu Falcon. Former Waldock team manager Greg Zink have been in contact with the team and giving his thoughts. It's got so much history there, that particular machine. It's been used in sports sedans and all sorts of things, so real history, that car, not just in V8s but in the lower categories, including sports sedans as well. And here it is, the bright yellow machine. He's got two faster, newer machines behind him. Chris Murden and the number 1 Rick Kelly car. Oh, that's going to be awkward. I don't think Chris has any idea the HSV car's there. No. Fortunately, there's no concrete wall there, and the HSV of Ben Eggleston could just pull out of the way and not find himself in an accident there. But thank goodness, no concrete walls. That was a bit sketchy on the back straight.
They, like I said, sometimes I think they forget to tell them it's not a race.
No, they did in the driver's briefing. I was there for multiple of them yesterday. I can tell you, Nick, doing a bit of documentation stuff behind the scenes yesterday. It was mentioned on many occasions it's not a race. They stress that over and over and over again.
You can take the driver out of the race.
You can't take the race.
The driver.
It's absolutely. It's the Smurden. Smurden now comes into the, or not into the lane, but comes to a stop. So maybe a mechanical issue for the AU Falcon. That's a shame. It's a great vehicle, really iconic livery.
Jed Parrish slowing down there too, maybe just to let the other car through.
Yeah, I think so. And the 51 machine, that's Peter Ziveris at the wheel of that one. And he's also going slow. Has the checker flag come out? Trying to see from the comms box. I can see a checker flag, so maybe a couple of people just haven't noticed it. So most of them have, which is good news. There's the 888 car of Andrew O'Connell, who also had a bit of a scare in that session, formerly driven by Craig Baird and Mark Noske. And look at this. We can see down on the grid, this is James Courtney and his passenger, Gunther Steiner, former Haas boss. Jack spoke to him not that long ago, and Gunther is ready now. He is going to be out in just a matter of moments. As soon as these cars are pulled off or come off the circuit, Chris Smurden will have to be potentially pulled off, and then James, JC and Gunther will head out.
The conversation in there would be something like, remember when you were my boss and you were doing my performance review? Well, here's your payback. No, I don't think there'd be any of that. I think they've got a great relationship and obviously enjoyed working together.
Yes, absolutely. They certainly did. Just from what I've heard from the two over the last couple of days, they're very keen to be here. Both first timers at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. JC is really loving it. Wouldn't it be great to see James Courtney in a Formula 1 car next year? As we say, that's why he's in that car alongside Gunther. It's because he is the former Jaguar test driver of the Jaguar Formula 1 test driver when Gunther was there at the team. So wouldn't it be great to see James Courtney, former Formula 1 test driver, drive a Formula 1 car here?
It would be terrific.
It'd be great to if we could make that possible for 2025. Hard to think we're already looking ahead at 2025. I'm looking forward to seeing what this event can do. We've gone bigger and better this year, and I'm sure we'll do much the same. Not quite enough lock on a couple of these old supercars to bring him back into the lane. I think there is enough lock. They've just not quite made the corner.
Didn't quite position it
correctly. No, absolutely not. So that's Troy Kelly.
That's what handbrakes are for, you see.
Yes, I think you might be right. Oh no, sorry, that's the EL Falcon. Sorry, Chad Parrish, not Troy Kelly. I referred to that as Troy Kelly on a number of occasions, and I think I even said it was the VS Commodore, so I apologise profusely for that. I can't get my words out. It's getting quite late in the afternoon now. Yep. It's nearly 3 o'clock local time.
Calling too many race cars.
There he is, Mr. Steiner.
He looks a little bit, there's a look of consternation there, isn't there? I think there's a little bit, just a little bit concerned.
I bet you he's never even, never been around this racetrack. He wouldn't know which way James is going to go. He's just going to be flung from side to side around the Mustang.
I suspect there might be a few doughies thrown in.
I'd imagine so. I would certainly imagine so.
There might be a few harmless hijinks, don't you think?
JC was certainly indicating that might be the case when he was interviewed by Jack a few minutes ago. So we'll see. He says 3 or 4 hot laps, and then we'll see what sort of show JC can put on. Of course, last year, Bottas, when he was out there on the track with Craig Lowndes, he put on a hell of a show, sliding around all over the place. I don't think he quite performed donuts, but he certainly was sliding the car, particularly at the hairpin just in front of us. The Bernard car of Chris Murden is being taken away. That's Matt Koch there on the left side, taking some good shots of James Courtney. He is Speed Cafe's F1 correspondent. He goes to all of the races. He's actually an Adelaide local. Went to school at Urbray, much like myself.
Yeah.
And yes, he's done very well for himself in media. Now working for Speed Cafe as their correspondent, flying around the world. Pretty cool job that he has, and it's he's really happy to be back here. And he's really been pushing this event, talking to people in F1 paddocks over the year, mentioning the Motorsport Festival, really trying to get it out in the F1 paddock. So I have to thank Matt for what he's done as well, and also what he's written about the event for speedcafe.com as well.
That comes back to the Ambassadors Club, Dan.
It does.
That so many of these fellows are a part of now. And
he isn't, but he's doing a good job at doing that.
He's an honorary ambassador for the club. He is, and these guys are all doing their best to promote the future of the event around the world. Yeah, they're doing a great job. I mean, we've got Roland Dane, we've got Andy Higgins, we've got Bottas, Vern Schuppan. It's a pretty good list.
Yeah.
Stephen Johnson.
No, Jet Johnson, not Stephen. Jet Johnson.
Jet Johnson.
Stephen's son, so grandson of Dick.
I thought Stephen was in it as well, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it is a good list, and all these people networking in their various areas of motorsport, and just helping to grow the event and increase the draw cards for following years.
That's right, absolutely correct there. And we've got to say, if you are tuning in around the racetrack, listening into us talking to you about all things on the racetrack, if you are having to leave early for any reason or you can't make it tomorrow, tune in to the live stream. Cafe on their socials, Facebook and YouTube. But here we go. This is what a lot of people have been looking forward to. James Courtney driving a modern V8 supercar, a modern Supercars Championship Gen 3 Mustang with Gunther Steiner in the passenger seat. As you said just before, Nick, Gunther was his boss at Jaguar when James was the test driver at the F1 team, but really cool, sort of roles reversed. It's showing Gunther the way to go here this afternoon as the car flings around the back section of the course through the tight section, and there it is, the green flag. Let's see how much JC is going to push. I know JC, he's going to be pushing hard. 2 wheels over the curb at the penultimate turn, flings it in nice and early on the power, just doing a couple of real hot flyers to start with. You can see a few people arriving in the stand at the back to watch this. Drone footage showing the speed that the car gets to as it heads towards centre chicane. Flick left, flick right, using all of the curb. Then got to get it stopped hard down into the braking zone. The right-hander and up the hill. You can see the gradient from that. Just how steep it is out of that corner. Really hard to get the traction down. But JC said it's hard for him.
He's not going to die not knowing. He'll be a part of it, and he'll engage fully. He doesn't want to be a spectator. He wants to be part of it.
Absolutely, and a part of it he very much is.
He's a part of it now, whether he likes it or not.
As well, Gunther will be in the Grand Marquis. He's literally going to be jumping straight out of this car And at 3 o'clock, he'll be in the Grand Marquis. They're just moving the SuperVan at the moment. So that will be moved out of the way. And then Gunther will be in the Grand Marquis if you are at the venue. So if you make your way down there now, he will be about 10 to 15 minutes away, will Gunther Steiner. And here's James putting on a show on the outside of the final turn, putting down a lot of 11s in a donut formation. And now on the racetrack as well, he's really throwing it around, is JC. He was great, had great celebrations back in the day. He'd always jump on the roof and do the old Frank the Tank impersonation on the roof, JC. He always loved a good celebration, and he's bringing it in the lane. Fantastic. How good was that? James Courtney driving Gunther Steiner around the Adelaide Parkland circuit. And look, everyone's straight away making their way away from the fence, and I know exactly where they're going. They're heading straight to the Grand Marquis see what Gunther has to say.
To see why he wrote a book called Survive to Drive after that, after James Courtney's just written his girlfriend's name in rubber on the tarmac.
Yes. But that's one of the topics, actually, of the interview with Charlie Barlow. They're going to talk about that book. It's going to be a pretty unfiltered and honest chat down there, just about all things Formula One, his time at the Haas F1 team, and what he's been up to in the last few months as well. So, I could look at everyone. They're leaving all of the vantage points and making their way down to the Grand Marquis. So that will be packed to the rafters and much more. I don't even think you'll be able to see Gunther if you haven't got there already. I reckon it's going to be packed.
It will. He's got an enormous fan base, fantastic reach all around the world. And we were discussing, Dan, we're not sure if he has actually written a new book. We believe he has, but we couldn't find it. But Survive to Drive goes back
last year.
More, I think.
Here we go.
Speaking of last year, I can't believe that you reckon it's 2010 that James Courtney won the championship.
I don't reckon I know the
14 years.
I know the famous Homebush incident on the Saturday. He's in the fence. They're both in the fence. They're all in the fence, as Maurice Gave called it. And James Courtney took the championship the very following day. And there's our man Jack down there, just getting a quick chat in with Gunther. And I'm sure we will be having that interview that we can see being filmed now.
Point on the straight.
Oh, there you go, you can hear it.
But when you go through it on the curves, this is cool.
He's talking through turn 1 and 2. Were you going full beans then, James, or what?
I may have been auditioning, so but no, it was it's fun. It's fun anytime you can drive one of these cars and really show someone, how cool they are. For us, you get so used to it and everything slows down, so it's nice to see someone get in and have a good time and really experience that speed. And here is such a good ride, like Gunther was saying, through 1 and 2, and you with all the curb, and then you're pulling it up and hard on to the right. So it's definitely a fun ride. Did some doughies as well, so they're always a good time.
Got smoked out inside, but anyway, it was good, yeah.
I got to ask you, Gunther, when they race here in supercars, 2 hours length, what do you think the temperature would be like sitting in there for 2 hours?
Yeah, pretty hot, but first of all, they are trained athletes, I always say. I need to be a little bit brutal to them, but I think also when you are racing, you forget about it. You think on your race. Obviously, I think you feel it more when the race is finished. All of a sudden, wow, I'm actually drained. But when you're under adrenaline, you can do a lot of things, and that's what most of these guys do.
Did you see him in the rear vision mirror? Did you let him change gears? Tell us about the experience.
He was so focused on what was going on. I was waving in front of his face, didn't even see my hands. But
no, I didn't want to change gears. I didn't want to mess the gearbox up,
Tomorrow Gunther's going to drive.
So there you go. Gunther might have a drive tomorrow. Thank you, guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thanks for doing it all. Thank you very much.
Thanks for doing it. Thank you, Jay.
Absolutely fantastic. Gunther absolutely loved that by the look of it. To wipe the smile off his face, beaming from ear to ear. Fantastic to see an F1 personality enjoying our supercars as much as that.
Yeah, absolutely right. And as we said, he doesn't want to be a spectator, he wants to be a part of it. So
But didn't want to change the gears when James offered him the gearbox. He said it's yours to change, and come to go. No.
No, the team boss doesn't want to break the gearbox. That's what happens. So, as we. Following these prototypes around now, and we talked about these earlier, that these cars come from manufacturers right around the globe. Czech Republic, Italy, England, America. It's a really growing formula globally, and the term budget motor racing is a contradiction in terms, but it probably is one of the more affordable, easier to budget formulas that you can take on. A lot of run in what you would call a arrive and drive situation. So these teams, we've just had an off down outside our commentary box on the hairpin, but he's gathered it up. That's okay. It's just a flash wound, and so the idea was that the instructor could sit in the car with you and he could tutor you as to the finer points of what you were doing. And the reason for that is that these cars are light. They have very good power because they started out based on engines, and then got faster and faster and faster, but they had enormous aerodynamic grip. So at a track like Eastern Creek, Sydney Motorsport Park, you go into turn 1 at 200 kilometres an hour and you don't back off because the aero is such that the car is glued down on the road. So these are big steps to take in a learning curve, even if you've driven an old classic car, or you drove a Formula V or something like that. So you're not used to this. And so it's a whole learning curve, and Radical were at the forefront of that. They went on to build bigger engines, and then the SR8, which was a V8. And then they got joined by the Praga, the Oscar, the Wolf, and the West. So these cars are coming from all over the world: Italy, Czech Republic, and now very quick cars. Some of them running 2-litre SR20 turbo motors. Renault.
I'm sorry, Nick, I've just burst back into the office and interrupted you.
No, that's all right. You go right ahead, because I was scrambling for what year did John Paul Grate win. I knew Mark Lauke was earlier, but yeah, that's a very popular formula, and it's giving you a chance to race on multiple occasions throughout the year in different parts of the country. And as I said, it may suit you to arrive and drive.
Absolutely. Cars flying around. It looks like it's been a pretty eventful session from what I saw from outside of the commentary box. I saw a spinner at the last corner, and it looks like a couple of these guys are trying to spread themselves out around the hairpin at the moment before they blast their way back down the pit straight. In fact, just play. Already been a very busy man, and there is the supercar, and as we expected, that Grand Marquis is chock-a-block. Look, all the way aligned around, just people standing trying to get a view of Gunther Steiner.
And this is what we've been saying about the weekend. Sure, it's great to watch the cars in action and hear them, but there is so much on in the Grand Marquis, and there's so much knowledge being shared that, gee, it's a tough call. I'd like to spend a lot of time in there. Tomorrow we've got Neil Bates and Alistair McRae talking about rallying. Today we've had Craig Lowndes telling you how to win Bathurst. There really is so much knowledge being passed on.
My friends and my family, I saw highlighted. They had both of the schedules and highlighted. Oh well, we need to see that on the track, but we need to see that in the Grand Marquis. They got two schedules. One for the on-track and one for the off-track, trying to work out what they can miss, where they can be. And a lot of people are like that because of the calibre of stars that are being interviewed down at the Grand Marquis this weekend. There you go. There is the V8 engine in the supercar. As I say, this is the spare Blanchard chassis. It was run down at Tail and Bend earlier on in the week. Drove that while his teammate Aaron Love, the rookie, the full-time rookie in the Supercars Championship, Aaron Love, had one of his rookie tests. So that was a useful test, I'm sure, for Aaron Love ahead of the Grand Prix next weekend. Of course, the Bathurst, first round at Bathurst, very different track to Albert Park. Tail and Bend in its style of layout is a bit more similar to Albert Park, more fast flowing. Yeah, Bathurst is fast and flowing over the top of the mountain, but it's a bit of a different fast and flowing track to Albert Park. Nick.
Albert Park, I haven't had the pleasure, so I can't really comment on that one. But yeah, the track's just as much fun, but far more forgiving.
To Formula 3 and Formula 1. Meanwhile, Matt Payne has gone down the local route, the Australian route of V8 Supercars. And of course, Matt Payne, in his debut season, finished the year with his maiden race victory right here on the streets of Adelaide last year. So that's pretty cool that both of them, the great mates, Kiwis, doing things on opposite side of the world, but doing equally as good job. So really cool that...
talking about Penrite, we're going to have to prepare for 2 years' time when it's Penrite's 100th anniversary. Founded by Les Nicolet in 1926. So Penrite sent oil from Australia to all over the world, to over 20 countries, right through Europe, Asia, North America. So that's a great association to have, and we're very proud to have them on board as part of Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
Absolutely, there it is, the Mazda. We saw it out there earlier on today on the live stream, but also on the in hot laps and all sorts. It's been a busy car, this one. The Japanese driver. That was a great interview, wasn't it, with Charlie in the Grand Marquis. Hoshino, I mean, he was saying that that car back then was doing, what was it, 386 kilometres an hour on the Mulsanne Straight, but cars around it were doing over 400 kilometres an hour. You just can't comprehend that.
It was mind-blowing, wasn't it?
Oh, such a glorious era for endurance racing, and I'm so happy. I'm a massive endurance championship fan. Ask anyone who knows me, and it's so good to see so many manufacturers back in world endurance racing. Porsche, Ferrari, Peugeot, it just goes on and on. Lamborghini joining the grid this year, Alpine joining the grid this year. There's so many manufacturers in sports car racing. Cadillac, the list just goes on and on and on. And also Aston Martin have said that they're going to join in the recent future as well. So we're spoilt for choice in endurance racing at the moment. Gunther looks like he is pretty much set to go.
He looks right at home there, doesn't he?
He does. He looks very comfortable, waving to fans.
Yep. Hi, fans.
Everyone's taking photos of him. Yep. All he'll be looking at is just lots of mobile phones raised up in the air. That's all he'll be seeing. But on track, we can see the Brabham VT62 on the left-hand side of the screen. And the car's going down into the Wakefield hairpin. And I think we might be crossing over live to the Grand Marquis very shortly.
Are you aware of this? Everybody bloody loves you.
Looks like or you paid these people. I don't know about that, no?
I don't get paid enough.
Voluntarily, without getting paid. Guys, thank you for the welcome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, Gunther, we have to start with the question that when I told everyone, oh my gosh, guys, I've made it, I'm interviewing Gunther, they said, you have to ask this one question. Does he really swear that much in real life?
I do under pressure. Not under pressure. When I go racing, I get in the racing mode, and then that language starts. I will not swear here because there are young people as well, and I they call it the switch, you know. I can switch it on and off how it is needed. And I know in these interviews I shouldn't be doing it, otherwise he wouldn't have me back.
You're in Australia.
That doesn't make it right, huh?
Oh, okay, fine. At least we all know where we stand. But of course, you skyrocketed to stardom, Drive to Survive. Now, as a team principal, that might not be something that you ever thought stardom would be part of that job. So are you surprised by the Drive to Survive effect?
Absolutely, you know. When this series was done the first year, you know, nobody really knew what was going to happen, if it would be successful. Some of the teams didn't take part, and obviously they regretted it after the first year, and they couldn't wait to take part in the second year. But no, I didn't expect it. We just did what we did, and I didn't really care if I had a mic on or not. As you, I think you saw that, you know, that. If I want to act, I couldn't get it together like this. So for me, it was like, and then when it came out, this success.
Incredible Mustang. I'm a Ford driver, so I love my Fords. Take us, JC or James Courtney, you were doing donuts at the hairpin. They were saying you were buzzing when you got out of the car. So talk us through what that experience was like.
I'm still, you know, I'm, it's not the heat, it's just the heat was in there. I still needs, still coming out now. It is, the experience of this is fantastic, you know. It's like we all think we can drive these racing cars. You see the skills of a driver, you see how good these cars are and how fast. When you're in it, I really enjoy to do these things, you know, to be in there. And there is one section in the on the racetrack where it's very fast and there is a twist in it, and there you actually feel, you know, I think, could I go through that speed? No, I would myself, you know, so I'm not going to do it, you know, so, but it's very nice. And then I got smoked out when he did the donuts in the end, you know, but no, I know that I'm privileged to be able to do these things, and I really appreciate these things, doing them.
It's so cool to have you here and to be able to give you these experiences as well. So yeah, give us your first impressions of this event. Like, I was here last year for the first time and it blew my mind, and now it is back another year and it's even bigger. So give us your first impression of everything.
Yeah, it's an event. When I was asked to come here, I knew it from last year because somebody approached me if I could come a week early, and I said I just cannot do it with running a team. You don't have the time to do this. And when I was asked this year, and I knew I was coming to Melbourne as well, so I said, yeah, sure. I mean, I've got my wife with me, so we enjoy a few days here as well. I was told the wine isn't too bad in South Australia, you know, so I'm going to taste some of that one on Monday, but not today and not tomorrow. You know, I'll wait until Monday, but no, it's. I didn't expect this big event, and I just realized it when I drove in this morning, and I was driven in this morning, how big it actually is, and then obviously seeing the outcome of all the people here is. I'm doing motorsport since the mid-80s, and. I still get excited by people enjoying racing cars and fast cars. You know, this makes me happy if I see people which enjoy it. You know, obviously, this is what I did my whole life, and I like to do it. And seeing that everybody enjoys himself, the weather is fantastic. So there's a lot of cars here. I mean, I couldn't believe when they drove me through the garage this morning how many of good, really good historic racing cars, current racing cars are here. So. You know, and I was told also the growth of the event from last year to this year is immense. After it wasn't on the schedule for 5 years, so I must say, if I would be living in Adelaide or somewhere near, I would come to this event.
Fantastic. That's a very good endorsement. Yeah, hands together. Gunther loves Adelaide, loves AMF, and you'll probably take some wine recommendations.
Yeah, I've got somebody who recommends me already, you know. Yeah.
Good. So everyone's got a good wine recommendation, let me know, and I'll send it to Gunther. But you did just quickly talk about dedicating your life to motorsport. It's a lifelong passion. So let's head back to where it all started as a rally mechanic. So talk us through why you decided to pursue that path.
I don't know why I decided, but I liked racing cars since I was a child. You know where I come from. I come from north of Italy. There is no racing there, no car racing. I just always had a passion, and at some stage in my life I got the opportunity to go to Belgium to work as a mechanic for a rally team, and there where it all started. And in my early days when I came to Australia, it was Western Australia to Perth when the rally was on, and then for the Grand Prix in Melbourne, and then the first time here. But it's just one of these things, you start somewhere, you love it, you make the next step, you do the next job in racing, and it always came towards me. So I really enjoy, and I really appreciate that I can make a living out what I do. You know, it's like it's the best thing. I like to do this, and I can make a living. That's the best in my life.
Oh, fantastic. And I was interesting to read that then you progressed to being director of engineering for Colin McRae. And Colin McRae is the reason why I love motorsport. You know, I played the PlayStation game, which I know so many people know the Colin McRae PlayStation game. So talk us through those times. That was just an amazing time.
Yeah, it was. I worked in Italy for a long time, and then at some stage, to move my career on, I had to move to the UK. I moved to the UK, and then was director of engineering at M Sport, which did the Ford Focus. It was where Colin was driving. I was told that Alistair McRae, his brother, is here somewhere. Yes. I would like to see him as well, because I haven't seen him since maybe 20 years. So I haven't seen James Courtney since 20 years. I met him here again. Yes. And I will see maybe Alistair. But Colin is a legend. You know, I mean, he was the best of the best in rallying. Nobody can say that is not true, because he was just the talent the guy had was second to none. And you know, interesting character. I always got on very well with him, but for sure he was a character.
A character knows a character, don't they, Gunther? But yeah, thank you for mentioning JC, because of course I believe you were at Jaguar when he was testing and had his big crash. So for anyone who doesn't have the context, James Courtney did move over to the UK to pursue a Formula One dream. He had a humongous crash that, you know, he's very lucky to be alive. And then you were actually at Jaguar at the time.
Yeah, at the time I was the managing director of Jaguar Racing, and he was testing in Monza. I was not in Monza at the time, but he had a big crash because a suspension failure. I think it was in the rear. And, you know, they called me up and said, James, the crash is not too bad. He's in the hospital. And, you trust what you hear. But now going back, it wasn't this minor of a crash. It was quite a big one. And I think he dealt with the consequences for a while. But again, when I saw him today, I haven't seen him since then. And that was, I think it was 2002 or 2003, something like this, you know. So it was amazing. It was just like, for me, it was yesterday. And I said, in the end, we both got out good of this. He won a championship. He made he has got a good life here in Australia, racing cars, which I think was his dream of his life as well. So it was quite a good. And then sitting with him in a V8 supercar to do a few laps. What more can you wish for after 20 years of not seeing somebody?
Yeah, absolutely. And he hasn't aged at all, which is quite annoying about James Courtney. He still looks the same as when he won that championship a few years ago. So I always ask him what his secret is, but he won't tell me. Now, I was actually reading an article today, part of your column for Formula One, and you stated that you'd stayed too long at Haas. So let's move on to that chapter of your life. But yeah, please explain. Why do you feel that way?
When you are out, once I left Haas F1 beginning of the year, you start to reflect a little bit more, and you just see things a lot more clear than when you're in the drill to go racing. When you're under pressure, you want to do the best for the team, to keep on going, and there was just not the commitment. The ownership to want to do this. I always tried, but at some stage you should say it isn't working out, because my dream is not to be 7 to 8 in life. My dream is to go on the podium, and if it becomes not realistic anymore and you see it, but you say, I know it will happen anyway, you believe yourself, because I'm a believer. For me, the glass is always, you try, you work hard, you push people, and then you don't achieve it, then you get frustrated. But as I said, I get frustrated on the race day. Maybe the next day I'm still in a bad mood, but then the positive thing comes in. Let's sort it out. Let's go again. But then when you look back, maybe I tried too many times to sort it.
Well, it's fantastic that you've actually written a book as well, which documents, who said, where? Oh, there we go. We're going to thank you very much, Surviving to Drive. It was released earlier this year, and you're already working. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm working on one.
But I wanted to ask you, because it's like a diary, isn't it? Yeah, you get taken through every race weekend. We go through the highs and lows with you. Why was that the decision to go at like a diary form? Why did you do that?
It's one of the strange things in my life. A lot of things happen to me without planning, you know, like Netflix. I don't plan. I mean, I do what I like to do, and then things happen. So the same with the book. Somebody contacted me and said, we would like to write a book with you. And I said, I don't want to write a book, you know, it was pretty quick. They kept on asking me, and then I said, very nice, and then he sent me an email explaining the books he wrote with, you know, and all that stuff. So I said, I went and asked. He did the book with Johnny Herbert, with Damon Hill, you know. So I went to speak with John and said, oh, the guy's a cool guy, you know, so you should speak with him. So I went to speak with him, and I said, I am not going to do a biography, you know. Everybody has done a biography. Nobody wants to read my one. Said, told me, no, I've got another idea. We do a year of your life. I said, how do you know that next year you've got anything to write about? I'm sure we will. All right. I said, thought about it, said, let's do it. And in the end, it was, the guy was very good. He understood how I think, you know, and we get on still very well. We became friends, and I took him to a few races, and that is how we did the book. It was, again, one of these things. It just came to me. It wasn't like I got up one morning, to write a book. The world is waiting for the Gunther Steiner book. No, nobody's waiting for a Gunther Steiner book, you know. So
I beg to differ.
So and he enjoyed it as well, you know. So
known for his two-wheeled exploits, probably even more than his four-wheeled exploits, despite winning the Bathurst 1000. And Nick, this is a car that has so much history as well. The number 7, Ron Hodgson Tirana.
Privately entered car.
Indeed.
Ron Hodgson, Holden dealer. But just touching on that Perkins Hansford car, Greg Hansford is the only guy to have won cycle race and a motor race at Bathurst.
Is that so? I've never heard that.
Yeah, and of course he was a very highly regarded motorcycle racer, and he raced with Alan Moffat, he raced with Larry Perkins, and even in Super Tours later, which sadly was where he passed away in a big crash in a Super Tour. But yes, the Ron Hodgson car. Was a Bathurst winner, but not for the factory, for a privately entered team. So great to watch. And actually, just coming on screen now is the Cortina GT 500. great example of a 1965 Bathurst winner with Barry Seaton and Mitch. Boston, I think. Bosworth, that's it.
Yes.
Got my bosses wrong. But yeah, Cortina GTs, 1963, 4-5 Bathurst winners. They started a bit of a trend, and as we spoke about earlier, this was Bathurst Museum, and if you get a chance to look at it, it's absolutely pristine. It's a really interesting example of what they called it production car racing for a reason, because when you open the door of that car, it's a production car.
Yeah.
It's nothing like what you would race today.
Didn't run seatbelts back in the day, and they had to put some seatbelts in to take part in this event.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You know, that's another bit of extra weight. Why did they bother doing that?
They legally had to.
If it was
legally had to have seatbelts.
But I mean, if you look back on some of those photographs of the drivers in those days and going through hard corners, you can see them leaning right across the car because the seats were so miserable that you had to do that so they didn't fall out of the seat.
That's right. Absolutely. So, yeah, at the moment we're looking at the drone footage. Up next, we have on the schedule Tipo F1. Then we've got Ferrari
Spettacolo.
Thank you.
Bellissimo.
And then we've got Formula One to round out the live stream as we see the Tipo F1 cars head out onto the racetrack. Really good mixture. We're a big fan of this category, aren't we, Nick? We really like this category, what they showcase, what this category is all about. It's not quite your modern high-tech Formula One cars, the flyers that we see in those, but in their own right, Formula 3 cars, Formula 3000 cars, they are all out there, and as well out there on the racetrack is Liam Lawson in his Roden FZ. And I believe Jack was down there earlier on today with the Kiwi.
Well, this year one of our fantastic guests is Liam Lawson, Formula One race driver, reserve driver. But you raced last year, mate. Hey, welcome to Adelaide Motorsport Festival. What do you think so far?
Thanks for having me. It's very, very cool. It's my first time here. So I've obviously seen the event over the years on TV, but never been here. So so far it's very, very cool. Obviously the atmosphere is crazy. There's a lot of people. So yeah, it's really, really cool.
Now, you're driving a few different cars. Behind us, we've got the Roden FZ. This is a pretty cool sort of Lotus-inspired Formula One car. Tell us about this car and a couple of other cars you're driving this weekend.
This reminds me more of probably 2012 sort of era of F1 with the like narrow rear wing and the drop down nose. It's it's really, really cool. It's fun to drive. It's very lightweight as well compared to the new cars. So it's a lot more agile. It's quite playful to drive, which is really, really cool. So and as you said, I'm in the I'm in a SuperVan, 2,000 horsepower electric van, and the 962 Porsche as well, which is 962? I think it's a 962, which is also really, really cool. So very, very different styles of cars.
Now, this one here in particular, just to give the viewers watching around the world on our live stream, how fast is this by comparison to, say, a Formula One car or some of the other cars out there? It's a pretty quick machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very quick. It's quicker than F2. Obviously, the new Formula One cars are quicker than they were, like they've progressed. So this is more towards like a 2000 era, 2012 era of F1. It feels similar speed to that sort of thing. So, yeah, it's very, very quick.
Mate, just before we can't let you go, I just pointed out you had an Australian flag on his race suit. We nearly claimed him there for a bit, Australia, but you've coloured that in and you've got the right Kiwi colours on there, mate. So have a good weekend. Thanks for being here this weekend. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
We'll claim him, Nick. We'll claim Liam Lawson as an Aussie. That's for sure.
That with split ends and dragons, so we might as well just add Liam Lawson onto the team.
What is a great example of variety. I like the way he's not even sure what type of horse. A 962, yes, Liam, it is a 962 Leighton House liveried the live stream. So look out for Liam Lawson, and he will certainly be out and about, and he'll be back in the Grand Marquis signing even more autographs tomorrow, and he was so good with the fans. Speaking of signing autographs, now it's Gunther's turn. Damon certainly signed a few, Liam signed potentially even more, and Gunther's enjoying his time here in South Australia. Great to have the former Haas F1 boss, and he's had a real couple of hours alongside James Courtney. We'll have a look at what is on the racetrack though at the moment in Tipo F1. Down into the hairpin is a blue former Formula 3 machine. Oh, and now he's moved to number 27. That's Darryl Hurd behind the wheel of his 81 Rolls RT4. There's two Rolls RT4s in this field. Darren Hurd in the white one, and then there's also a green one out there in the hand of Michael Cummings. So there's a couple of old Rolls going around. So that's pretty cool to see such historic open wheel vehicles back out on the racetrack. Been 43 years since those two vehicles were made, and they haven't really aged, have they?
No, they haven't, and it's a feature of this category, as you're saying, Dan. This different. So many different eras of open wheeler carring. There's from Formula 3000 to Formula Holden as we knew it. Some of those cars fitted with V8s in different categories. But yeah, there's an age span, and there's also a variety of constructors in this category.
Absolutely, there is. So blast down into Wakefield hairpin. Machine behind is the Shrike, a historic Formula Holden built by Croydon Park TAFE College in Adelaide. You know a lot about this particular vehicle, so well, talk us through it, Nick.
I wish we did stuff like that when I went to school, because
yes, I know, right?
I would have been pretty engaged if I was building a racing car. Would have been a lot more fun than some of the other things we did. But yeah, it was a project that Croydon Park TAFE did. They built the Shrike, and Grant Dorman, who's in the chair in it now, was actually contracted by Croydon Park TAFE to drive the car in the Australian Drivers' Championship. And he finished up purchasing the car and restoring it. And you can see that it is beautifully presented now. But there are a number of these strike cars in Adelaide. Stan Keane was one fellow who used one with...
that was just... I thought that was great. I reckon they should bring that back. That was a great initiative they had back in the day, where the top 6 would draw a number and have a mini race of themselves and find out who's going to start from pole position. Brilliant stuff. But see the cars continue to fly around the Adelaide venue. Formula One session to come, not too far away. As I say, up next Ferrari Spettacolo, and then Formula One after that, and then that will conclude the live stream for today. And then from there we will go on to Rally, if you are still here at the venue. Rally, Aussie Muscle, GTs, bikes, and then the drift competition. So if you're watching on the live stream, whether that be on Sky, on Speed Cafe, on Repco, or on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival YouTube or Facebook live streams. If you're enjoying what you see, make sure you get to the track tomorrow. Not sure if you can. Obviously not going to be possible if you're watching Sky Sports in England or something. I don't think you'll quite be able to make it in time. Even if you leave now, I don't think you'll be able to make it in time. But make sure you tune into the live stream if you are watching from overseas, as we can see the number 5 car coming towards us. That's the other Rolt RT4. That's the Michael Cummins.
The racing.
That is Damon Hill chatting to Steve Otvanelli, who is the owner and the driver of the 1993 Schumacher Benetton that is here this weekend. So really cool to see Damon having a look at his former rival's car in Michael Schumacher. So of course they had an incident here, didn't they, famously in 1994. With Damon Hill unable to take the championship that day. But it looks all going on. We've got stars and celebrities absolutely everywhere. This is the brilliant thing about the 2024 Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and it's being showcased on the live stream, the Streamcraft Media live stream broadcast. We've got to thank so many of the sponsors that have made this happen. There's one of them, Speed Cafe, who are live streaming this event, but this event would not have been possible without the South Australian government getting back behind this event and reviving it after the previous government let it go.
That's right. It's just great to see these guys like Gunther Steiner and Liam Lawson, Craig Lowndes, making themselves available to the public, being only too happy to shake hands and pose for selfies and sign autographs, and just that's the nature of the event. It's not too serious. And everybody gets to just have a chat, go and have a look at the cars up close, and just enjoy the museum, but with the sound and the movement. I'm a bit over static displays, but I love this. This is great. You get, what's a 767 without hearing it?
That's right.
You've got to see it in anger, and
it's the sound. That's what the slogan of the event is. It's the sound, exactly.
You don't even need to say that to a musician. It's the sound.
Yeah.
But and look, speaking of that, the Ferrari F40 has just gone out on track. So we're going to get another little feast of the varying sounds of these cars, the varying drivetrains and engine configurations. It's a real feast for the ears.
Damon Hill drove for Williams, Jordan, and Brabham as well, but never did Damon Hill drive for Ferrari. But we've got many Ferraris out there on the racetrack at the moment. It's Ferrari Spettacolo now, so the very, very rare, very, very expensive Ferraris out there on the circuit. A LaFerrari, we've got 599 GTOs and everything in between. Lowndesy, Craig Lowndes back out on the racetrack again at the wheel of an FXX. And the car on the left just pulling up, the Ferrari Enzo, is the precursor to that. So the FXX is the even sportier version of the hypercar that is the Ferrari Enzo. Ferrari love to do that, don't they? They bring out a ultra-fast, record-breaking car, and then a couple of years later they bring out a race-going version that's even faster.
Yep, and if you want one, you have to stand in the queue, because we're going to be very selective about who we sell them to.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Just listening to these cars, a lot of these have V12 engines, even in this one in particular, the one that we are looking at on the screen, the number 36 car. That has a V12 engine underneath the bonnet. But cars galore, there's so many $1 million worth of... Now, I'd almost say this grid, as a field, is more expensive than the Formula 1 cars. That's how much money in these Ferraris. And with the way that the value's going in this day and age, with COVID prices, they still call them, car prices are just
COVID tax.
Yep. Exactly, COVID tax. These cars are only getting more and more expensive.
Well, let's take one in question, the Ferrari 250 LM that's out there. Now, this is a 3.3 litre 1964
let's just listen.
V12.
Just listening to that FXX. Go on, you were saying about the other V12.
Okay, so let's talk money on a Ferrari 250 LM. Now, this is chassis number 5909, which was raced, and it was raced by some good drivers, raced by Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini. And
Jochen Rindt.
Jochen Rindt raced in the 12 Hours of Rims in France, and it placed second. So not only is it a very rare car because it was one of 30 that was built, but it has a race pedigree, and that adds to its value. So if you want to base it on something, one of its sister cars, 5901, that never raced in anything, was never driven by any of those champs, recently sold at auction for $30 million Australian. So that gives you some kind of benchmark to work out what this car is worth. I wouldn't like to hazard a guess because I'm that's not my field. But if you talk provenance and you take the fact that world champions drove this car, that can't be repeated.
Two world champions.
It can't be repeated.
No.
You can never create that car again. So that adds to its value.
Two drivers as well that have passed away. Of course, Jochen Rindt, the only post. One champion in 1970, and in recent years as well, we've lost John Surtees as well. So that's exactly why that car is almost invaluable. I mean, I've heard figures around the $70 million. You just can't quite comprehend that, can you? But out there, it is at the moment. We're looking at something a little bit cheaper than that. It's still a very, very expensive Ferrari. It's a black machine. The Ferrari Testarossa with John Paul Drake at the wheel. This a 5 litre flat 12.
Yep. Replaced the Berlinetta Boxer, which was also a flat 12, hence the name Boxer. Ferrari Testarossa, again, one of those iconic shapes and designs of Ferrari. Different to anything that ever done before, different to anything that came after. With the flutes in the side, very distinctive styling. And affectionately called, I think, more so in Britain than in Ferrari Testosterone, which might have had something to do with the young owners back in the day, but I don't think we ever really named them that in Australia, but it was a bit of vernacular.
Absolutely. Here is Craig Lowndes at the wheel of the FXX. Certainly can't use as much curb in this car as he can in his Bathurst winning supercar. That is here this weekend, the 2006 Bathurst winning V8. Which he and Jamie Whincup emotionally took to victory just a couple of weeks after the late Peter Brock passed away. So really, really cool. Driven by Rick Kelly and Todd Kelly. That's in the Kelly. For this, ended up going on to the Formula One team of things. They sort of trialled some telemetry systems that then went into the Formula One team very successfully, of course, in the mid-2000s. So that's pretty cool.
It is, and as we said earlier, it's the reverse of the norm, where you take something and test it on a race car, and then gradually you sort of modify it and tweak it so that it road car. This was the opposite. Ferrari tried things on the Enzo that weren't even allowed by the Formula One rules at the time. So it was something they had to do in a way, because they knew that it would give them an edge later.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, often in motorsport, it's what starts in motorsport filters down to the road cars. I think in recent years, the best example of that, 2014, the introduction of hybrid technology in Formula One. Now, if you think on the road 10 years ago, there's hardly any hybrid cars. Nobody really knew of hybrid cars. There's a few here and there. You drive around now, and there's hybrid cars everywhere. Hybrid cars everywhere. So that just shows that motorsport really does pass on from motorsport. Formula E is another one that started in 2014 as well. And look at how many electric cars we've got on the road.
And down here this weekend, we have Paddy Lowe trialling synthetic fuel in the Honda CB1100 that's written by Darryl Beattie. So once again, motorsport is at the very, very forefront of the development of the cutting edge things. I believe at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, they're going to be using synthetic fuel. I think this year or next year.
Yeah, I've
and they're using it in 50-year-old cars. This is the wonderful thing about it, is that we have all this infrastructure of internal combustion engines, and if we can find something that's carbon, it is. And look, to be fair, it wouldn't be the prettiest Ferrari ever made, but it does have some aggression about it. It's got some stance.
It's not bad.
And a bit of wing. It's got a bit of wing. And the excess of it, a 3-litre twin turbo with 500 horsepower. You know, this is, in 1989, this is real good stuff.
Yes. Well, the cars have gone behind the pit area, back to the garages. We'll just touch back because we sort of concluded our point a bit early and went to talk about the F40. Going back to the fuels made by the synthetic fuels made by Paddy Lowe. You know, he was at the forefront of Formula One engineering for so many years, from the mid-80s just to a couple of years ago when he retired from Formula One. He was one of the head people at Williams, bringing in the electronics that that allowed Nigel Mansell to take the title in 1992. He was at the forefront of that. And the 1993 car as well that dominated in the hands of Alain Prost, and driven, of course, by the man here, Damon Hill, as well in 1993. Took his very first wins in those cars. He knows Paddy Lowe very well from his time at Williams, but Paddy then moved on to McLaren, had great success there in the Mika Hakkinen era as an engineer. He was the engineering director at McLaren. Then he moved on to Mercedes. Similar position there, head of engineering, and then returned to Williams in 2017 as the technical officer. A bit of a slightly different role for him to end his career. 3 years there at Williams, and departed midway through 2019. But then his brain's still ticking. He's such an intelligent man. What can I do? How can I make a difference? Not only with a race car, but let's think about the future, not only of motorsport, but of cars globally.
Well, the irony there, Dan, is that there are a lot of people who are environmentalists, or you might call them greenies, is sort of the vernacular for it. And they say, well, motorsport, it's just excessive. Look at all the fuel they're using. Look at all the rubber they're using. Look at all the waste. They're also working out the next stage. They're always working on the next step. What do we do next year, 5 years' time, 10 years' time? And even the regulations embrace that. They're always trying to work out how they make it socially and environmentally responsible. The same with World Rallying has used a hybrid formula. But when you look at Damon Hill, a former world champion, investing in Paddy Lowe's model that he has for the synthetic fuel. Now, the first people to use it, of course, will be motorsports.
Yes.
They will be the ones who will do the test bench. They'll trial it, they'll work out if they've got more horsepower or less horsepower, or whether the engine actually aged better using it. Maybe, and as Rowan Atkinson, who is a great exponent of this kind of development, said, of course it's going to be better because you're not digging something out of the ground and trying to turn it into an optimum product. You're engineering it right from the outset.
Sebastian Vettel said a number of years ago, he said, synthetic fuels is the future, and if we go synthetic fuel, there's no reason why we couldn't run V10s and V8s again. That's what Sebastian Vettel said. Rather than doing the hybrid technology, he said, if we're synthetic, there's no reason why we cannot have screaming V10s back out there again, because they are not doing any environmental damage, and that's one of the great things that Paddy Lowe has created.
So it's going to be a really interesting exercise. Sure, it's still in its early stages, and today we saw a former MotoGP racer, a 500cc racer, get on a motorcycle and ride it around a circuit with synthetic fuel in it. Damon Hill talked about driving a go-kart with it in it. So it's happening. It's a happening thing, and the rate of development will be very, very fast.
It will. And speaking of rate of development and rapid speed in a straight line, we've got the Nelson Piquet 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix winner back here on the streets where it won its final Formula One race. Its final two Formula One races, actually, Japan, and then backed it up here on the streets of Adelaide. A brilliant end to the season, that for Nelson Piquet. And what was his penultimate season?
Just as an aside, Dan, you asked me earlier what it was like to be a spectator at those early Adelaide Grand Prix. Well, one of the things that you had to kind of get used to was at the first event in the days prior, the 1 or 2 days prior, we went out to dinner at a restaurant called La Trattoria in King William Street, one of the noted Italian eateries. And of course, who was there? Formula One guys.
Yeah.
So we're sitting at a table and someone said, who's that? I said, that's
a Formula One driver.
Not Riccardo Patrese, it was who you were just talking, Nelson Piquet. Sorry.
Nelson Piquet, yes.
In the same restaurant. And that was the kind of thing that you had to get your head around. That little old Adelaide, with the help of a few visionaries like Bill O'Gorman and Mal Hamlin, had said, hey, let's have a Formula One race. And we all went, you're kidding, aren't you? No, we're going to do it.
course, the Australian Grand Prix was run many years prior, back in the late 50s. When it started, but it wasn't a Formula One World Championship, it was just the Australian Grand Prix. And then Bob Jane took it over in 1980, got Alan Jones over as the reigning Formula One World Champion. He just wrapped up the title. And what Bob Jane did was take it to that next level. Then Niki Lauda came over, Alan Prost came over. It's still a non-championship event, but Nelson Piquet was another one. All these stars started to come across to our little Australian Grand Prix event that Bob Jane was organising at Calder. And it was Adelaide that thought, this can go somewhere here. This can go somewhere. We need a World Championship event. And the South Australian government at the time very much put their money where their mouth was and delivered this brilliant venue. And some iconic Formula One moments have happened here over the years. Of course, Nigel Mansell's tyre exploding in 1986, costing him the title. And they had to pit Nelson Piquet. Williams felt in that race. And unfortunately for the Williams team, that meant that Alain Prost won the title for McLaren that day. Here, right in front of us at the final corner, David Coulthard famously hit the wall in the last race, coming into the pits in 1995, 1992 at the last corner. And Nelson... ran into the back of Nigel Mansell to end both of their seasons very, very abruptly. There's been some incredible... Absolutely right.
You've got to nurse them along and keep them for the next one, keep them for the next day. But yeah, it was an amazing step for a few visionaries in Adelaide, you know, a state with a population of 1 million. And then they said, I'll tell you what, let's run it through the streets. Never mind the race circuits.
That's right.
We'll run it through the streets. We'll convert the whole city into a racing circuit. And
that's why it caught on.
And they did. In fact,
it voted the best Formula One event many years. Of the 11 years, it voted the best Formula One event for many, many years. It was so popular, wasn't it?
It was, and the weird bit was, as locals, we would drive the Grand Prix circuit, you know, in the off season,
yes.
and it would feel like it was actually meant to be. You'd go through the stairs in South Terrace, you know, from left to right, to left to right, to left to right, and you go, this was always meant to be a racing circuit, I think. You know.
John Reeks. Head of Andy Higgins. Higgins definitely the fastest driver out there today. He's flinging it around the Adelaide Parkland circuit. And flies by John Reeks, who himself is no slouch behind the wheel of the 1990 Benetton as they head down into the tight right hander. Look at these 4 cars from really different eras. You got at the front the 70s, well, it was at the front the 70s Arrows. That's now been overtaken by the Leighton House, and then behind that you got the 2000 Benetton, which you just made a point. All the cars are sounding really nice. The Benetton, I thought the B200 driven by Mark Rosser, I thought that was running a little rough earlier on today, but I echo your remarks.
Motorsport, tragic, has a number of cars of all classifications, but does love open wheeler cars. Saw him earlier today in an S5000, and so thoroughly enjoyed the experience. A few Formula One cars owned in Adelaide, actually, which is quite surprising.
There's so many, not only media personalities, but drivers that have come out of Adelaide for the tiny population it is. And a lot of it stems back to these people have grown up with the Adelaide Grand Prix. And it continues to be the case today with the Adelaide 500. People coming... kids, and what an amazing event the Adelaide 500 is. And this event, I mean, surely this is going to inspire people as well. They're looking at the likes of Liam Lawson in the Grand Marquis, looking at these iconic Formula One cars and thinking, man, I'd love to make a career in that. And certainly a few locals have done that in recent years. Of course, Daniel Ricciardo, but more that, Oscar Piastri doing a great job at McLaren alongside Lando Norris. Took that sprint victory last year. One of only two people to beat a Red Bull in any sort of sprint or Grand Prix. The other being Carlos Sainz in Singapore. I think that a blue car sponsored by Red Bull wins every race as well.
Well, yeah, there is a bit of that. But you're quite right what you were saying earlier, that, you know, when you grow up in an environment that this is, so we have a Formula One Grand Prix, and it just gives you that belief that, well, yeah, one day I could be a part of that, instead of being so distant. It was extraordinary to hear Gunther Steiner say that when he grew up in the north of Italy, there was no motor racing around.
Yes.
I was surprised, because the Italians are motorsport, man.
I've heard a couple of podcasts I've listened to. I've heard similar things, people saying that in the north of Italy around that time there wasn't any motor racing, which, as you say, you just can't comprehend with Ferrari, Lamborghini, Lancia, all the legendary car manufacturers that have come from Italy.
Yep, and legendary circuits like Monza and
Mugello.
Yeah, and so it was quite an extraordinary remark, but it reinforces what you were saying about drivers coming out of Adelaide.
Same as well with our title sponsor, Repco. So there are many ways to tune into the Adelaide Motorsport Festival if you can't get here tomorrow, but I urge you to. Bottas is in the house tomorrow, and so is F1 commentator. The voice needs no introduction. It's going to be David Croft.
Crofty.
He'll be doing sessions in the Grand Marquis, interviewing a couple of celebrities, which is absolutely awesome. So very much looking forward to seeing what David Croft has to say about this event tomorrow, and what Bottas thinks on his return, driving a few different vehicles this year. We chucked him in the Bathurst winner last year, and an Alfa Romeo as well that was driven by Alan Jones back in the mid-80s, but this year he's going to be driving a couple of different cars, including a Denny Hulme and Larry Perkins Commodore from the mid-80s, two ex-F1 drivers driving that car. Larry, although many-time Bathurst winner, as well, taking to the Formula One grids for a number of seasons, and did pretty well as well, Larry. Everyone forgets his open wheeler exploits.
Ah, yes. Yes, it does.
So it's just approaching 4 o'clock local time. Rally cars are heading out onto the racetrack, but from our side of things on the live stream, we are coming to a close this afternoon. Thank you ever so much for tuning in, whether you've tuned in locally in South Australia or nationally, or even internationally, maybe on the Sky Sports YouTube channel and Facebook page. Hope you've enjoyed what you've watched, and hopefully we can see you back watching the action once again tomorrow. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside me, Nick Lenthal. We thank you for tuning in, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow when Valtteri Bottas and David Croft also come to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
Thank you, Dan.